You are live.
Okay, good evening, everybody. My name is Donna Raftery. I am Chair of the Board Chiefs SLA Committee. Other members of the committee are Dr. Shirley Smith, Lois Rockoff, Susan Wittenberg, Kate Bostic, who I want to welcome as a new official board member. And Cormac Flynn. There. So everybody who's here, there's a lot of people in the room, so I just want to ask everybody everybody should sign in. Any members of the public that wish to speak on an application, please fill out a speaker card and hand it to me. We will not be taking items in order, and what else? Okay, so what happens is I call on the application, you come up to the podium, please use the microphones. Everybody in the room needs to use the microphone. So present your application to the committee. Once we're done hearing the application, the committee will ask questions. Once the committee is done, then we will go to the public. Once the public is everybody from the public on that application is done, the applicants can come back up and address any issues, concerns, questions that were raised. The public will speak to the committee, the applicants and their reps will speak to the committee. I ask that everybody speak respectfully about the applications to each other, to us. And I think that does it. The only other thing I just want to say is that August SLA 1 is going to meet on Wednesday, August 5th, instead of the Tuesday. So mark your calendars, check our calendar. And I think that's it. So I see a bunch more people came in. I'm just going to say this one more time. Everybody, please sign in. If you're a member of the public and wish to speak on an application, I would like it if you would fill out a speaker card and hand it to me up here. The speaker cards are back there. The sign-in sheets are back there. The agendas are back at that table. So that's that. Okay, the first application I am going to do is Luxor Lounge. Is somebody here from that one? Good evening. Good evening. You need to go up to the microphone up there and speak into the microphone. And yeah, yes, hand out the copies down the table to everybody, please. Thank you. Just sort of break it out. Is this mine or? I'm sorry, is this just one version or? It's.
This one, you got stay right to. Here, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, that's 5. A minute if you make. 5. Here, take this. Thank you. It's the same as what you sent in.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Alteration. I'm
So can you?
I'm the owner of Luxor Lounge. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. So Luxor Lounge has been
You need to really speak right into it, I guess. Yeah.
Luxor Lounge has been a part of the West Village community for around 20 years. I've been always trying to run it responsible, be a good neighbor. But like a lot of small businesses, we're faced a lot of issues during the last years after COVID, the significant price increase and everything, rent. So to keep the business afloat, to keep the business to move forward, I'm bringing Anna Weiberg as my partner. She is an experienced owner of 2 successful businesses. And I believe together we could do a lot. And we're planning to do some improvements to the space and do everything. And Would be, again, that would be like responsible, run it responsibly and.
Right, would be able
So, okay, so this is a corporation.
Is there a change in the method of operation that you're doing?
No. Okay, so what we're doing is adding on a part.
Yes.
All right, and so
what
what I have is that you're a tavern, you operate as a cocktail lounge, you open at 4 every day, is that?
Five, we could be open 5 to 2 and then
But
we
it
can be open 4 to 4.
4.
Well, Friday, Saturday, yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I have, Friday and Saturday 4 to 4 and Sunday 4
4
to
to
2.
To 2, okay.
I don't know.
If that's what is on the camera information, but they're here so they can speak to that. And then you're not a sports bar,
No,
there's no outdoor seating anywhere,
no.
and there's just background music only, even during private parties. There's 2 televisions, and no projectors. All doors and windows are closed at all times. There's no French doors. You're not installing any French doors. And you're not making changes to the existing facade, and there's no bottle service aside from bottles of wine. No dancing, DJs, live music, promoted events, any event where a cover fee is charged, scheduled performances.
No.
Okay. So that's the SIPs that we had before. Does anybody on the committee have any questions?
Just,
Lois?
yeah, thank you. I live in the neighborhood and welcome and you're very quiet and we hardly know you're there. And you go downstairs, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so, I know this is not, it's an important question, but I probably know the answer. So you're not having any hookah?
No, it's a hookah lounge.
It is a hookah lounge. Okay, do you have a health certificate for that?
Yeah, of course.
Well, I don't see it in the
I don't see any-
application.
Indication of that, is it? I don't even see that mentioned in STIPs or anything. I would think that would be mentioned.
I mean, I didn't know it has to be attached. I'm pretty sure I have it in my phone if you want to see or.
Okay. You can send that into the office. I
I will do it tonight.
I don't know. Okay. Anybody? Don't have any other questions, Lois?
No, I mean,
But I
that's
don't
quite
know.
important.
That is important, and I'm not sure. Okay, so,
It's the sorry.
go ahead.
Ventilation is very important and, secondhand smoke and things like that. So you need a health certificate.
We do have.
And when you, well, we don't see the evidence. And when you spoke to Bamra, did you tell them that you have hookah?
Yes.
And did they ask for a health certificate?
No, I did.
Okay, it's important.
I mean, I could email it tonight, right?
It's a dollar
Yeah,
amount.
yeah, you'll have to get it to us, okay? All right, are there members from the public here on this application?
Very briefly,
Good. And I need a speaker card when you get to it, please.
I could probably email it like right now. But even an order.
Yeah, you can do, as soon as you can do it, I'm not going to look at it right now. You need to fill out a speaker card when you're, do I have it? Did you hand it to me? Yes, okay. Go ahead. Oh, yeah, it's here. Sorry. Go ahead.
okay, very briefly.
Well, but please, you two need to move away from the microphone, please, and you need to move up to the microphone and speak into it.
Just the chance to hear them at our membership meeting. We had a sparsely attended executive board meeting with, I guess, one former and one future board member, but I was the only actual board member there. We interviewed both partners. We went over the interior plans, which look very nice. And they've never been a problem. There are no plans for outdoor dining. And by all indications, they've been a good neighbor, so we support the application.
Okay. Go ahead, Dr. Smith.
What is your name? I didn't hear it.
I'm sorry, I'm Mark Fiedler. I am resident chair of BAMRA.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else here on this application? No. Okay, so just if you send it, I don't know, to the off, yeah, perfect. Okay, great, thank you. All right. Okay, the next application is going to be Strand Bookstore Inc. at 828 Broadway. This is one beer cider tavern catering hall.
I believe Bob did, but I'm not sure. Hey, Queen, how are you?
Michael Kelly representing the applicant.
And I'm Cassandra Woolley, Director of Cafe Operations for Strand Bookstore.
The owner is away on vacation, that's why, Assie's here. She runs the operation when there's any events. This is a catering establishment, wine and beer application for Strand Bookstore, located at 828 Broadway between East 12th and East 13th. We've been there over 99 years. East 12th.
I just wanna say, I don't think they've been at that location for 99
Oh,
years.
they've been
They've
around.
been operating for 99 years, thank you.
Sunday East 12th Street was just named Fred Bass Way after the founder, who hasn't been there 99 years. There are staircases and elevators that have access to all floors are the bookstore. Applicants have been having events there, but limited to 12 a year. With this license, they'll be able to have more if necessary. They've been doing this for about 6 years, they get the one-day permits. The events all have to do with the bookstore, no events will take place that are not bookstore related. License is just for book talks, book promotions, book readings. Space is located in the rare books room, that's why we didn't have a tavern wine license, we don't want people coming off the street going in there. We're applying for 20 tables with 50 seats, most of the time there's rows of chairs. And there'll be a service bar, hours will range from 10 AM to 10 PM. We have a microphone and a small amplifier for the book reading and a question Q&A to that. We did hand in 24 signatures from East 12th Street.
Well, but let me just ask one question. The catering license, my understanding is it's wine or beer or OP, but then you don't have to, I don't know that is there one beer and cider? Catering.
I'd be one beer cider, but we're not gonna have cider anyway.
Okay, so just one beer. So if you have to go for an OP, you're not serving hard liquor, you're only serving wine and beer?
Yeah.
Okay,
Any of the events they have now, it's only wine and.
so but there's a stipulation that says you'll only be serving wine and beer, that's okay, okay. Go ahead, Cormac.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify, you say like 10 to 10, but what you mean is this is only gonna be served during these events.
Yes,
So they may range anywhere from 10 in the morning to 10 PM, but it won't be 10 to 10 every day.
no, it could be at 5 PM to 6 PM.
Right, and these events typically take place upstairs in the rare book room. We're not talking about any serving at the, coffee counter on the first floor.
No, third floor Red Bull.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else from the committee, Dr. Smith, do you want? Oh, okay,
They're all the same address, 77 East 12th, is right around the corner.
okay, is there anybody here from the public on this application?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. The next application is going to be Crosby Street Hotel LLC at 79 Crosby Street.
As requested.
I'm just gonna say again, if there's anybody here from the public who wishes to speak on an application, please fill out a speaker card and hand it to me. anybody who hasn't signed in, should sign in. If you're the applicant or the representative, you do not need a speaker card. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, good evening. My name is Valerie Karras. I'm here from Buckman Law Firm and we represent the Crosby Street Hotel. I'm accompanied by Yanni Rosario, a principal of the business, as well as Thomas Weiner, the general manager of the hotel. And the application is for a small outdoor cafe in front of the hotel, but on private property. It will be fully enclosed by planters. And it does not impede the sidewalk at all. It's a setback. We are really here just to answer any questions that you might have. We have, Thomas has made outreach to the local community as well as community groups and has received support from those community groups, and that's included in the application. And we're here to answer any questions or concerns that you might have.
Okay, so it's 4 tables and 8 seats.
That's
Right.
correct.
And so my understanding, and well, is that, we're going to close the outdoor area at 8 p.m.
That's
7 days a week. There'll be no speakers or music played around the terrace outside.
Correct.
And the customers can access the outdoor terrace will be solely through the interior of the hotel, and demarcation of the licensed terrace service area will be maintained through use of planters. So nobody's
is correct.
going out to the sidewalk from within that area.
That's right.
Okay. And then, so how else is the sidewalk? Is the sidewalk used, the public sidewalk?
The public sidewalk is not used at all. This
Okay.
is purely on the private property of the hotel. It does not extend beyond the private property line. And it is a setback, so it does not, the surrounding buildings are to the sidewalk, to the public platform.
Okay, so, there are stanchions out on the sidewalk,
On the private property.
on the sidewalk.
Yes, on the sidewalk, but it's the private property.
No, it's on the sidewalk. I walked by last week and there were.
Can you speak to that?
Yes, we had a private event and we did that to control the flow of guests coming to the hotel.
So when you have a private event, then,
But that's not standard, that's been
okay,
addressed,
so
yeah.
just the day I
Yeah,
walked
we had-
by, because there was nobody there, but the ropes and stanchions were still out there. There wasn't a soul
Yes.
around, so.
No, absolutely, and that was from the security team, there just to control the flow of guests.
Okay.
But that should really, the guests should, wait inside of the hotel or, private space.
Okay, then I think that should not. If you're not, you've got all that area in front of that you can put guests inside,
Absolutely,
that area instead of using the public
yeah,
sidewalk
absolutely.
for your event, so.
yeah, this will not happen.
Okay, okay, is there anybody from the committee that has anything? From the public?
Hello.
Hi.
Heather Peachy, I live at one.
Yeah, you need to speak right into the message.
Okay.
Or Mark, can you
I
write-
don't think it's on.
Is it on?
Yeah,
Okay.
like, I swallowed.
There's a switch, there's a switch on top that you can turn the microphone on with.
There's no blue.
I could, yeah, I'll speak on this one. So I'm Heather Peachy, 101 Crosby Street. I just wanted to speak in support of the Crosby Street Hotel. They've been a great neighbor since they've moved in and we've worked with them to speak about the amplified music. That will not be happening in the hours of operation. So completely in support of this application. Thank you.
Good, thank you for coming. Okay, anybody else? Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry. Okay. Okay, so the next application is going to be Chum Ram Rye Forever LLC.
It's gonna be something.
Okay.
Thank you.
Or no? It's.
Hi, my name is Sam, I'm the representative. I'm here for LSU member with me. And we are applying for beer and wine license at this locations. And currently it's under renovations, and then it's gonna be a grand opening around end of the August. And our operation is gonna be 11:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. 7 days a week. And we have a 12 table and 30 seat, one bar with no seat. And we're gonna have only background music only, no outside outdoor seating, and no backyards. And this is gonna be classic Thai cuisine restaurant.
Okay, and you're not changing the facade at all, you're not putting in operable windows or anything?
No,
Okay.
we're just gonna do it.
And let's see, did you talk to any residents upstairs, other residents up above you?
We spoke in the community, the Block Associate, and then we sent all the email to the Block Associate, and we don't get. And they have on-premise liquor at the locations.
Okay, I think they have beer and wine, restaurant wine. Okay, does anybody from the committee have any questions? No? Is there anybody here from the public on this application?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, then the next one is going to be 320 West Broadway Diner Corp. doing business at Soho Diner at 320 West Broadway. This is a method of operation, change for the restaurant.
You would be pretty sure the method of operation is the same. I know,
Because there's a whole thing, they're not even
I know.
asking for the one apparently. Maybe,
Maybe.
thanks.
Notice that these tables are what start is.
So good evening, Ben Savitsky, Bernstein, Rado and Savitsky. I'm here tonight on behalf of 320 West Broadway Diner Corp. This is an alteration application for an existing on-premises liquor license that is used as the Soho Diner at 320 West Broadway. It's connected to the Soho Grand Hotel. This is Arlene. She is the manager of the diner, and she can answer any questions you have about the operations. Donna mentioned it. This is a change in method of operation and an alteration, and it's a pretty simple request, but there is a little bit of a complicated backstory to it. We were at the CB2 Outdoor Dining Committee last month on a sidewalk cafe for the diner. We are not here tonight for the sidewalk cafe. It hasn't been approved by CB2 yet. I don't know if it's going to be approved. It has not been approved by DOT yet. But what we realized is when we were here in 2018 on the original application for the diner, there are gates that go from the sidewalk into the exterior patio that was under the license of the diner. As part of the stipulations that we agreed to with CB2 and which were sent to the SLA, and on the diagram, which is included in your packet, you'll see that we identified on those gates that it was for emergency use only. And in the stipulation agreement that we entered into with CB2, we said that patrons have to enter and exit the diner through the interior of the diner. Even if they're sitting outside, they have to go through the interior of the diner and then be led around the back. If we're doing a sidewalk cafe out on West Broadway, the space is not contiguous to the front of the diner. The only way to access it is through those gates, which we identified as emergency use only. So what we're proposing here is an alteration to change the diagram just to get rid of that one notation that says emergency use only. And then a change in method of operation, because we included the stipulations from 2018 in there. Number 6 says that all entry and exit is through the interior of the diner. We would like to be able to use that gate for wait staff to bring food and beverages through there, and also for patrons to come from the interior of the diner into the sidewalk cafe. I included it, if you go to the very back of the packet, you'll see a proposed sidewalk cafe. That's not exactly what it's gonna look like. Again, it has not been approved yet. We don't know about the service aisles and with the tables and all that stuff, which is very important, and we'll be back before you for that. But this is just to clear up that we can use that gate for service of the sidewalk cafe. And just to clear up any confusion, because those gates are gonna be open and people might wanna walk in there from the sidewalk, we would like to have a host stand inside of the licensed space, not out on the sidewalk. So when people come up and they say, we'd like to go to the diner, they'll be directed to the front door of the diner. If they want to seat at the sidewalk cafe, they'll be seated right at the sidewalk cafe, but it's not going to be used for entry and egress into the diner itself. If that makes sense. So it's a simple request, but a little bit complicated.
Yeah, so I hear you in that the sidewalk cafe plan isn't finalized, but you've got to demarcate that sidewalk cafe.
Right, for the sidewalk cafe
The
application.
sidewalk cafe application, I'm just
And it will.
raising this issue, and
And we talked about that at the outdoor dining committee, that we need to have some sort of service aisle. We did reduce, if you look at the diagram that I present, we did reduce some of the seats on there so that there's a service aisle to most of it, but we're gonna have to figure out the width of the tables to make sure. people
right,
get
because
through.
you still need that 10 feet, and you still need, I'm just being a stickler on this demarcation, because until they eliminate that from the rules, or.
Yep.
That,
So they were gonna, if you're asking about the physical demarcation, they were
Yeah.
gonna do lanterns with a rope in between them.
okay,
it's
so it
pretty
won't take
much.
up much room, it'll just be something there, so then once they do that, I guess, okay. But, go ahead, Cormac, because I think the concern,
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
well, so once that it happens though, and the sidewalk cafe is, set off as it were from the sidewalk and walking sidewalk. Like, nobody will be coming into that cafe from the side, right, because they have to enter through the diner, right?
People who are going into the diner to sit inside the diner or the exterior patio that's accessible from the inside of the diner will still be directed to the front door. But if you come up and say, I would like to sit in the sidewalk cafe, because there's gonna be an opening there,
Oh, there is an opening, there.
there is an
And
opening.
is the opening opposite the gate?
The opening is opposite the gate because there's a table. If you look at the diagram, there's a table to the left and a table to the right.
Yeah. So, right, I mean. Okay, I mean, it just sounds like you're creating yourself an inherently problematic thing of having clients who are gonna walk in through the sidewalk cafe, and then if they wanna go to the patio, be stopped and redirected to go out and around and over the other side. Maybe you should put, if you want people to be able to enter the sidewalk cafe from the sidewalk, because it seems to me they could just enter that from inside down, but it seems to me that you should maybe put that entrance to the sidewalk cafe somewhere further from the gate, right?
Yeah, but the idea is that we don't want people walking into the sidewalk cafe really from the street. We want them walking up to somebody who's there, who's gonna tell them, direct them where to go. So if it's further down, I'm worried that people are just gonna start walking through the sidewalk cafe to get into the restaurant before they're stopped and said, you have to go the other way.
Yeah, I'm getting a little confused now. If there are little ropes around the sidewalk cafe, how are they going to walk into it?
Have you seen people walk over, if people just walk, I mean, usually there's like planters and people walk through the planters, but that is the concern. But again, we have not finalized the sidewalk cafe yet. That could be an option.
so, sorry, just so I'm clear, so I understand for the sidewalk cafe, you want people to be able to go to a hostess that's up in the outdoor part. Say they want the sidewalk cafe, they'll be seated there. If they say they want the restaurant, they'll be told to go down to the other door. If they say they want that existing outdoor dining area, will they be told to go down to the other door, or will they enter now from there?
I think we would,
I think we would.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Sorry.
I have to go to the microphone.
Hi, my name's Arlene. The window of opportunity for that outdoor garden is very small. So right now, currently, it is guests go in through the diner and are escorted through the diner doors into the garden. And
Right.
we would maintain that because that's how we maintain the volume. It is a lot of seats out there.
Yeah,
so yes,
so, okay,
so you will still be
So-
directed around to the interior.
Majority of the team, it's really the service. It's food coming out of the.
yeah, that, I mean, I guess to my one thing would be, why isn't everybody just coming into the restaurant, and then anybody entering the sidewalk cafe being served from the main door, and the only people using that gate is really the wait staff?
I think part of the concern was that it's confusing to customers who walk up and they want to walk into the sidewalk cafe and they
And
have
so
to,
we have to then guide them into the restaurant, walk them all the way to where they started.
it's really just convenience. But
Yeah.
if it's a concern of a community board, I'm sure that we could figure it out, but
Yeah, no, that, well, I just think it's, part of me thinks it's also confusing because then you'll have a host stand inside here that now you're telling people to go down to the host stand. I mean, it's six of one, half dozen of the other
Yeah.
almost, but, okay. Does anybody on the committee have any other questions? So you'll be back with the sidewalk cafe and do we have any hours for closing the sidewalk cafe?
so the exterior is of the patio is 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. during the week and 11 p.m. on the weekends. So we would expect that would be the same for the sidewalk cafe.
Okay. All right, okay. Is there anybody here from the public on this application? All right.
Thank you.
Good, thank you.
I don't think they're possible. I mean, like, I don't know that that's difficult for you. I don't. Yeah.
Okay, the next application is going to be, JB3 LLC at 51 West 8th Street.
Thanks. That's fine.
Oh, here, yes. Oh. Here, there's number. Excuse me, no?
Hi, this is JB Eatery, and JB is a French cuisine with Asian flavor twist. And this is our first restaurant in West Valley.
Closer and closer to microphone.
Okay. Yeah, so we don't have outdoor seating, and also actually the backyard seating and quiet background music. That's right. Where
Okay, your hours?
yeah, the hours Monday to Thursday is 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. and Friday and Saturday is 10 to 11 to 10, and Sunday is 11 to 10 p.m.
5 to 10, Monday through Thursday. 11 to 11 Friday and Saturday, and 11 to 10 Sunday.
Yeah,
Okay, and the music, there's no TVs,
no TVs.
background music?
Yeah.
8 tables and 16 seats?
Yeah.
And 1 bar and 2 seats? And this location was never licensed before?
Yeah,
Now, are you installing soundproofing?
no.
And why not? I think, I mean,
Yeah, because I asked the how is it, the block associate, because he told me it's a very old building, so it's cannot install the soundproof and.
Cormac?
Yeah. I'm sorry, who told you that?
I forget the name actually, the block associate.
Well, so the head of block associate is Carol Wilson, who only talked to you yesterday, and she only knows you on the thing at the beginning of the month when it was posted on the street and posted in our calendar, right? Because you hadn't reached out to the block association before that, even though they're in our community board materials.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to figure out who was it who told you you couldn't put that material in there? Because it wasn't the block association.
Yeah, maybe the contractor were I forgot actually. Yes, it's just a very old building and it's not able to install that.
It was the landlord or the contractor? Was it the bid? No.
I think so. I'm not sure about this, but.
Yeah, so I mean, whether you do or not, that's a different issue here, I think. I mean, I
just say, it isn't so, like, everybody who opens up on East Street lives in soundproofing, and those buildings are just as old.
Okay,
So,
yeah, I will ask the contractor to install the soundproof,
Yeah.
Okay, so there will be soundproofing.
yeah.
Are you sure, like, do you have any idea that soundproofing can be expensive?
What is your name again?
Yeah, my name is, Flavia.
Okay, and you're the principal. You're the
Yeah.
one whose name is on license. Okay, fine, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, so you're able to authorize that, because, you know, I'm not an expert on these things, but I think that soundproofing costs some money. So, like, you're able to do that, I mean.
Yeah, I will.
Like,
I got
I have to take what you say for your word, but it makes me nervous when you just say that now and you're not knowing how much it costs.
Okay, yeah, I will answer first and, install the soundproof.
Okay. Can I ask you a question, Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
So you're saying, so you have access to the back? To the backyard, to the back door, you do, and you're not using it for now, right?
No, you're not going to, that'll be like a wired emergency exit or something, fire exit?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
and there are no operable windows in the front?
no,
No opening windows or anything like that?
no open, no
Okay.
open windows.
Okay, those are the main things, you know, yeah.
Does anybody else from the committee have anything? So. Okay, and so you are going to put in soundproofing,
Yeah,
okay.
Okay, and I would urge you to, you know, I mean. Have you ever opened anything in Rebor 2 before? Have you seen our standard steps?
no, it's the first time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, you know, there will be steps about. The character of it as a restaurant and such, which doesn't sound like there's any problem, and the televisions and so forth. And no rope lines or bouncers or anything outside, right? No promoted events,
No,
right? No live music.
no live music, only the background music, background.
All right, and I would urge you, I know that you are now in touch with Carol Wilson, I think she had surgery today or something. But, that, you know, I think. They have some asks about, you know, trying to coordinate your garbage pickup with the other restaurants in the block.
Right, we usually do that, so I
Takes
can
leadership
include-
on that. That's not what we do, but you might want to talk
Well,
about that.
I have done that.
Oh, yeah, it has, it is.
And I put that they
Yeah.
will work to coordinate with the other businesses on the block, so
Right.
that will be one of the stipulations.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for.
What? Oh, he does, they're touchdown. That's, thank you from me. She's in charge of what happens next.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay. The next application, we're joined by Carter Booth, another member of the committee. The next application is going to be World as a Quiche LLC doing business as Hags at 334 Bowery.
So it's the next page is thinking. Think of that. All right, good evening all. My name is Eleanor Shoffen from Zetsky and Bookman, and with me this evening are two of the owners and operators, Camille and Telly. This is for World as a Quiche LLC, doing business as Hags. Camille and Telly have operated Hags in Manhattan Community Board 3 for the last 4 years. They've been extremely successful at that location. However, they need a little bit more space. From off the back of that success and are looking to relocate to Community Board 2 on the Bowery. Just to give you a little background about some of the accolades Hags has won. Telly was the James Beard nominee in 2023 and 2024.
She was also nominated as Best New Chef by Food and Wine in 2025, and was also nominated as the Best Young Chef by the Michelin Guide in 2023. The concept here is an elevated new American full-service restaurant. It will offer both prix and a la carte offerings at the restaurant. We have 10 tables with 32 seats, one customer bar with 16 seats, and a sidewalk cafe with 6 tables and 12 seats. Our proposed hours of operation for the internal spaces are 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. all days, and the proposed hours for the outdoor cafe is 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. all days. We do have existing French doors from the prior operator that we do intend to use, and that will be closed by 10 p.m. daily as well. There'll be background recorded music only, no DJs, no live music, no dancing, and approximately 3 private events per month. And I'm happy to answer any additional questions you may have.
Okay, okay, so I got 16 tables, 48 seats, plus the 6 is 54. That's what I got from this diagram. Just
Correct, yes, the
That's
CFO is a maximum of 60, we will be underneath that, yeah.
okay. And, and you're looking to close at 1 o'clock every night, and everything that was previously there closed.
I believe the prior operator had midnight during the week and 1 a.m. on the weekends.
Right.
We are looking for 1 a.m. across the board. The clientele that my clients have drummed up in Community Board 3 have been looking for more time to spend at the restaurant, which is why we're looking for a later closing hour.
And the applicant before the previous applicant closed at midnight every night, so throwing that out there. And then the outside, how many tables outside?
So there is a typo in the paperwork. In the actual application itself, it says there are 6 tables with 12 seats. It should be 6 two-tops.
And the private parties are 3 per,
Approximately 3 a month,
no more than. 3
no
a
more
month.
than 3 a month.
Okay. Does anybody from the committee have any questions? Cormac?
Yeah, I wanted, hello. How are you? Welcome. I wanted to ask you folks about, like, if you could characterize the existing place. And before I do, I'll explain to you why. This is, as we just noted, this is a place that traditionally closed at midnight. You know, fairly recently, the last applicant got the weekend hours bumped a little, you're looking for later hours. And you're coming from Community Board 3, which I'm not speaking for the committee, I'm speaking for myself, seems to me like the wild, wild west, right? And not how we roll here. And so I just wanna know what's the scene like in that? Can we expect this place to be very quiet after doors close at 10 and everything like that?
Yes, so it is a restaurant focus, so the main focus is food, good drink, good company. Hags has built itself on fostering community and engagement with various different groups. They've actually implemented a pay what you can Sunday, and they're hoping to extend the pay what you can onto multiple other days as well at this new space. They're really focused on engaging the community, all walks of life, all parts of the community. I may pass it off if you want to speak just a little bit more on the concept.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Camille. I am the co-owner and beverage director. We really are first and foremost a restaurant. Telly's talents in the kitchen have really propelled our success. And I am very happy to be playing a supporting role with the beverage. And we have had many clients come in and have looked for cocktails. And frequently we do often have a lot of other people who work in restaurants coming after work who may want to have a bite to eat at the end of their shift as well.
And I would also note, there are prefix courses as well as à la carte. So if a customer comes in and is ordering a prefix, they need time to be able to finish the full meal.
So currently, you're currently in CB3, you're licensed with just the restaurant wine, is that correct?
Correct.
And
So
what
we
are-
just have restaurant wine, and the reason we're asking for the upgrade to full liquor is because the clientele has asked for a cocktail program.
And the hours in CB3?
Was it 10 p.m.?
Yes.
I believe it is 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock, so to Cormac's point, you're coming here with the full liquor license and 3 hours later every night.
I mean, we would be willing to come down to midnight on the weekdays and with the same hours of operation as the prior operator. But we have a documented track record for over 4 years with award-winning chef and beverage program. This is a community engaged, community
The
oriented.
beverage program was beer and wine. I just wanna let's just be clear on what we're talking about. The beverage program was beer and wine, not cocktails, closing at 10 o'clock. And the problems are the light bites, the 1 o'clock in the morning, 12 o'clock at night, full cocktail menu.
But the full food menu will be available all hours of operation. It's not just going to be like bites in the evening.
Cormac?
Yeah, I just, for the record, want to say, like, every place in Community Board 2, which is a lot of places that are open past midnight, claim it's to service the people who work in the restaurant industry. Near as I can figure, according to their claims, everyone who works in every restaurant in New York comes to Greenwich Village or the Community Board 2 every single night and eats like crazy. It's not a credible argument to me, and I just wanted to put that out there. Okay, if you want to be able to, one, for business reasons, whatever, but just saying that.
And I will say, we did reach out to the community. We posted notices, we handed out flyers, we sent emails. Nobody appeared at our virtual meeting on Friday. Nobody reached out to us, but after we've put in all this
You're
engagement.
having a track record of having these virtual meetings.
I know.
I appreciate you doing it.
We can't make you attend, but all we can do is put the notice out there. But nobody wanted to speak with us about it. So we took that to mean that people were in support of what we had applied for.
Okay, so.
If they had complaints, we would have heard about it.
So you would agree to close at 12 a.m. Sunday to Thursday and 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday?
If that would garner the community board's vote of approval, then yes.
And 10 p.m. for the outside?
We'd already agreed to that, yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that, okay. And the doors would close at 10 p.m.?
Correct.
Okay, does Lois?
Yes, just a simple explanation. What do you, explain what you mean of 16 people, 16 seats at the bar, chef's tasting counter.
So if you look on the floor plan, again, the space isn't ready yet. So where the kitchen is, on the top left-hand side, you'll see a counter. That's the chef's counter. So you'll be able to sit there and watch them cooking in the kitchen, but it is not a bar. There is only one bar, which is over on the closer to the right-hand side of the page.
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
I was just gonna, two things. One, I hope you're able to do well, because this location has a track record of turning over a lot. And I'm just curious if you think you have enough clientele that you'll bring. That I'm just asking you the question now, because maybe it's too late, but just asking that. I live in this immediate neighborhood, been around, and it's been a very challenging spot. I know the landlord, people have tried and everything else, but I mean, is this gonna work? And can you get people there? So the Bowery, because I know you have your own challenges in your neighborhood where you are now, but.
Yeah, of course, I think that many restaurants right now are facing challenges, but we've been very fortunate in our current space to find that we are too small to meet the capacity of the clientele currently. We both live in nearby in the neighborhood. Camille is on East 3rd, between 1st and 2nd Ave. We walk by this location frequently. We've seen it turn over the years. But it's a beautiful location and it's a wonderful block, and we feel like we can really make something special there and see a future for ourselves there.
And I've been asking questions because in the struggle on the Bowery, that area to. For any newer businesses to make it. And then the other question I just would, if the committee would consider is that the outdoor dining actually be allowed to go until 11. Because that's what was historically here and it's on an
Yeah.
avenue. I don't know if they're still that, but that's the matches.
We would happily accept 11 if you'd be willing to give it to us.
That's in the previous stipulations.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Anybody else have anything? No, is there anybody here from the public on this application? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the next application is going to be 181 Thompson Restaurant LLC and Major Management TCC LLC. As manager, doing business is Carbone, this is an alteration. Agreed.
Meeting, what was our vision for the group?
You're gonna have. You might, what you might wanna do is go to the one that's taller, you can
Thank
take
you.
it out. And that raises and lowers in the middle.
I'm Will Nazar, partner of Major Food Group. We are applying for a alteration for our current liquor license at Carbone when we went to Thompson Streets. The north adjacent dry cleaner has gone out of business. And we would like to take the space for an additional private dining room. It's the same address under 181. Directly adjacent, we have a service door in the back hallway. All food and beverage will come through that door, nothing on the sidewalk. There's no changes to the current stipulations. And there would be no outdoor dining and no service staff going through the outside.
What was your name again?
Will Nazar.
Okay. So there's background music going, no DJs, no TVs, no outside, no operable doors and windows. Certificate of occupancy.
Yep, all correct.
Is it correct? There's a
Same.
temporary, but it's a temporary
It's
from
temporary.
21 is, so maybe that needs to get,
It's a situation with the building. We can't control. It's renewed every year and inspected every year.
okay. So this part of the premises is currently not licensed. It was a dry cleaner. Okay, so let's just go through the floor plan.
Yep.
First of all, if this is a private dining room, somebody kind of rents that out separately, and if it isn't,
If it's not booked, it's not operable.
it's not operable, so it's strictly being used for
Correct.
those purposes.
Correct.
Okay, and then would it be used in conjunction? Do you have private parties at the other place? Imagine you do sometimes.
Occasionally, but not.
Okay, so would the two be used concurrently at any time? Okay. And then, so, the kitchen is on the ground floor in the back of your
Correct.
current establishment, and then there's stairs in the back there.
Correct.
They go down to the cellar into,
Yep, so realistically, we have a kitchen in the basement as well, so food for this private dining will come from the basement kitchen, out, up the stairs, and into the back door of the private dining room.
okay, so that's the prep kitchen,
Correct.
is that correct?
Correct.
So then, how do they get, and then they go, I see door to restaurant and side yard. So how does the food get into the private dining room?
There's a direct connection in the back of the staircase.
Where it says side yard?
And what the paperwork is.
Yeah, because that says new basement space added. So, and you'll take a microphone. See,
Yeah,
back
so-
here, so.
So. The kitchen is above here, and then there's door right here, and it goes up, and this space here is the private dining room, if you look around.
Yeah, so, I need to microphone back, sorry. So then, does that mean, is this outside?
This is outdoors, yes.
So they'll be going outdoors to access the stairway to go upstairs to enter in the snow and the rain?
Yes, it's covered.
It's covered,
Yes.
okay. And then what? And then the courtyard is being,
Existing and not connected.
but that's all part of
Existing carbon.
its existing Carbone.
Yeah.
And does that go to, and that's here, is that used?
It's a transfer space. Essentially, Carbone's both 177 and 181.
Yeah,
And the two spaces connect. via
and
the
that
courtyard.
separates the two buildings,
Yeah,
that's
the
the
dining rooms are
separation.
connected on the ground level,
Ground
and the basement is connected to the courtyard.
Actually, if you're saying that.
Yes, the dining room is connected through on the ground level, but the basement is connected through the courtyard. But that's been existing since we opened.
Right, okay.
How is the ground floor connected?
Can you go back to the
Yeah.
microphone now that you've seen what we're looking at? Okay. Then is the ground level connected, I think your question is the ground level connected to the new space at all? On the ground level?
No, it's not.
So the only way it's connected, so. Okay, so the bathroom for the private dining room is on the ground floor by the staircase. So the food comes through that staircase, through the side yard.
Yep.
Into the existing
In the existing staircase.
kitchen, prep area, the
Correct.
prep area of the existing cart,
Correct, and we are adding,
huh? They go outside, but it's covered.
yeah, so we've met with the health department about that, and they've approved that.
How about the neighbors?
In what respect?
People that live there, do they care?
Windows on.
Do they have windows onto that?
There's no one lives on the ground level there.
Does somebody live right next door to it looking down at this? Cause this was a dry cleaner, so there was not activity going until 1 o'clock in the morning.
We'd be going to 11:30, but there are people there. We've hosted in the building, we held a meeting, and we met with the building across the street, who were the only people who attended the meeting, and they supported the application.
Cormac?
You know, I hear that. I'm not questioning your outreach, right, efforts at all or anything like that. My just concern is, like, if there's a side yard and there are people above that whose apartments have windows that go onto them. If they're not aware of the idea that these doors are gonna be opening and closing and people coming back and forth with food under the windows of their bedrooms, right? They may have had more to say if they knew that. And so I think we're trying to ascertain if they conversation we're having, they understand not just that you're expanding the space, but that it involves using the side yard. Do they understand that?
Yeah, then the flyers, and it's realistically, because it is not a dining room, it's a private dining room. Most dinners start at 7 o'clock, food's done by 9 o'clock, and that space is not used at all anymore.
So the current hours of the existing Carbone are 12 to 1 and then 2 o'clock, closing Friday and Saturday. So what are the hours of the private dining?
11:30 to 11:30.
11:30 to 11:30. Okay. Okay, does anybody else on the committee have anything? Lois?
Yes. Did you reach out to the neighborhood organization called DAMRA?
We did, we had a meeting that, we ended the meeting last Wednesday.
Good, because I don't see it in the packet. It's at the back.
Okay.
Oh, in the back?
Yep.
Thank you.
This is 170.
So that's fine.
Thank you. This is 179. This had that. Okay. 177. 170. 180 now. Let's see. Okay, let me go to the public for a second. Oh, sorry, Cormac, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to confirm something. I think I heard and check on one other thing.
Sure.
There is no access to the residential hallways or parts of the building from the restaurant.
No, it's
Or
separate.
vice versa, right?
It separates the two buildings, actually.
Okay, and this side yard and things, this use of it does not impede any fire egress or fire escapes or anything like that from the residents?
No, it's a fully gated side yard, it's ours exclusively.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess the only questions at Bamber meeting, there's only 2 people that were there, so I don't know if that means much. I don't know if they have anybody who lives on this block, so. But I don't know, yeah. So do you have pictures of the enclosed? Because I mean, it's an echo chamber and people going up and down. We usually don't have applications where there's one license with 2 spaces that are connected through and outside where everything goes outside. Do you have pictures of what that looks like, or what is it? Like, what's the, how is it covered? What is that?
It's
do the doors slam, or the dampers on the doors?
There are,
Like,
yeah.
You know, all these
Everything
types
has
of
automatic
things,
closing.
that's,
Everything has automatic closing dampers. It's covered with essentially a wind sail, to protect from rain and snow. And it is
so what about noise? I mean, that's what we always hear, the complaints after the fact, oh, you didn't know this was gonna make so much noise, and now it's making our life miserable. That's
This
what
is
we hear, so I'm just curious what, since we don't,
Yeah,
you know,
because,
you just posted notice.
no, understand, because of landmarks, we're not allowed to put anything else that's more noise dampening, which we obviously.
That's not true, because landmarks is only the exterior of the building, that's.
It is, it's the rear as well. I can assure you.
So for what? It's
The entire building is landmarked on the rear as well.
for that space, and
Yes.
so you can't change your, so the.
I can't put a true roof.
No, but that's not what I was saying, is all the other stuff. And that's not necessarily true, you can apply to make any changes, it's not visible. So you can apply to landmarks to make changes, it's not visible from the street, so it's not. Impossible to do, you may not be able to cover it because of other requirements, but landmarks is not one of the ones that would. Prevent you, you just have to make an application for it, but I'm just more concerned about the noise. And, you know, just doesn't sound like anybody's asked or if there's a plan for that, because having every single meal go outside and come up and down the stairs, it's a
But again,
lot
it's
to
one-
ask of people
Understood, but it's
whose
one,
windows are.
it's one meal a night, a few days a week. Maybe, 2 to 3 days a week max.
Okay, so what's the plan then as far as mitigating the noise? Because I mean, that's a lot of stuff that comes through the outside.
Typically, it's 2 to 3 courses. It's done by 9:30. And the plan is to minimize the absolute minimum amount of people carrying that food, and the doors closing on automatic closers with dampeners.
What kind of, I mean, you're not convincing us, because this is something we normally don't approve, which is contiguous outside spaces, connecting things, so. It was. And it's also displacement of laundromat. Which is another significant, you know, they may have gone out of business, but. You know, most of these are tenement buildings that don't have washers and dryers in them, and. Having lived here, you know, it's like, this is the loss of yet another one. It's like, how many are left in this area? Anybody?
It's a dry cleaner, no laundromat, but
Okay, and it's same.
Yep.
Operate.
So, but I'm just curious, do you have any photographs of that, or?
I don't have them with me now. Happy to
Can you guys,
happy to send them in, yep.
oh, can you have somebody take them and just submit them to us so we can
Of course.
see them? Like tonight? Cause I'm just uncomfortable, cause these are tenement buildings. That, these are all the courtyards and you're commercializing them and it makes the noise, and I think that without us being able to see that. I'm not comfortable without seeing it. I'm not saying it's not something we'd be okay with, but that's. This is what our community comes back to us with later on.
Understood.
You know, so, and the same thing, we have another well-known restaurateur that we get complaints on a regular basis about. And then they said they'd be perfectly quiet outside and they're not, so it's like, you know, in this immediate neighborhood. In the same exterior type space, in a courtyard, in an area that echoes, so it's just.
I mean, we have an existing courtyard where it's a building where we've had great relationship with the neighbors. We have staff entering and exiting between the doors on a regular basis all night, even later than this is, and we have no issues with them. We, the 1 or 2 times we ever had an issue, we've met with the neighbors and mitigated it immediately.
I may be the only one who feels that way, but just, it's. But is that something you could get somebody to just take a few pictures of and
Yeah, I can absolutely.
send them in? Okay.
Can I?
Yeah, just to, we can just do it in a few minutes, and we can just. So I just would not follow.
Will you have any, anything in this side yard to help with service? Will you have any, how wide is this passageway?
8 feet.
8 feet wide, okay, so people will not be, the
There's no service
napkins,
stations, there's no-
silverware,
yeah,
nothing in that walkway?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Okay, I'll go to the public. Come on up.
Hi, I'm Mark Fiedler. I'm resident chair of BAMRA. Yes, we did meet with we met with the chief operating officer. And we were presented the plan for the new dining room. Afterwards, our secretary, who should have been connected by Zoom, but had a conflict that arose at the last minute, did express concern. She lives next door. She was under the when I described the arrangement, she was under the impression that it was the back dining room that would be used for private parties, and pointed out that her windows are right above. She also lamented the loss of the dry cleaner with whom she has a relationship. That's I mean, it's just the general concern over that, which is the only thing that we are approved.
The side yard.
Yeah, side yard. If the noise can be properly managed, it may not be that much of a concern, but that will need to be given attention.
Okay.
Otherwise, you know, it's not really good. We did manage to air previous grievances about, you know, about Carbone, which, you know, does give rise to some, you know, neighborhood envy and, you know, rumors. And we determined that the lines on the sidewalk at the beginning of COVID were entirely due to delivery, and they seem to have handled that well.
Okay, good, thank you. Okay. So, okay, email pictures, yep, you have. Huh? And then will we call it? I mean, we'll go on to another application, if you can get us the pictures.
I'm not gonna worry about this evening. I mean, during this meeting.
You can't do that, okay. So then we'll, yeah, you wanna lay it over? Because that's,
Yeah, they pulled up.
Yeah. Not a good picture, but it really looks like, yeah.
Satellite dimensioning is a lot of apartments that will burn.
overlook that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so what? Yeah. So what would, how would you like to handle this?
I have one picture of before the staircase was put in, so I can show you, if it gives you an idea of what the space looks like.
Does it show the cover? What is it? What do you do?
I'm just wondering if I can be helpful with the technology.
I don't think so, because
Okay.
we need to see what it actually looks like.
Understood.
It's 8 feet wide. How long is the hallway?
It's
big.
But not, that's goes all the way to the back of the property, at the distance from the staircase to the door is probably 4 feet.
Lois?
My concern is about the people that live there in the back. And they keep their windows open most times in the summer. And the rattling of the dishes that are going to go. They set up at 6 p.m. to set the tables and so on, and then to crash it down at like 9:30 and bring back the dishes and going back and forth and bringing back it on the rolling cart.
There's no rolling cart.
So how are you bringing them forward? Say it again?
In boxes.
In boxes, okay. So I just feel uncomfortable about this with the neighbors, particularly that time period, even all year round, is when kids do their homework during that time. And I think it's a very uncomfortable thing for them. And it would be really nice, and I know the person that Mark was talking about lives right next door, and I'm sure she would like to write something and maybe really examine the details, maybe even physically, just to see what you're talking about.
Sure.
Yeah, I'd like to deal with it, but can we get a picture? So we can't get a picture, okay? And you don't wanna lay it over. Okay, that's where we're at, okay. I think that does it. I don't know, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. The next one is going to be 470 Broom Cafe LLC doing business as from Sunset 55 and 100. Wait, whoa.
Are you the applicant? Oh, no. No, that's what I thought. Wait until we call the public up. The public will have an opportunity and then you can come up and do what you'd like to do. But like I said in the beginning, we hear from the applicant first. And then after the committee is done, we call on the public. If everybody wants to speak on it or any other applications for anybody who arrives late, please make sure you fill out a speaker card. And then we'll go to the public when we're all done. And you can go hand out whatever you would like to speak into the microphone. That's okay.
I don't know, but that's I doubt it's no changes, so.
Okay.
Let me know. Sorry.
So, right.
Oh. Good evening, my name is Frank Lolo, and I have with me Francesco Barino. We were here before you about a year ago. We applied for a wine and beer license and a liquor license. There was pushback from the community, so we elected not to proceed with the liquor license. We operated with a wine and beer temporary permit for 3 months. 5 months. And unfortunately, purchased an Aperol from a wholesaler that was 1.5% higher than was allowed by law. As a result of that, the liquor authority revoked the temporary permit, disapproved the application. We have learned our lesson. It's been a very, very painful, and you remember 6 months? Painful 6 months. And we're here before you again. I have attached to the back of the packets, the last page is the last community board stipulation that we signed. We have no problem adhering to that step again. And we'll take extra care with purchasing from our wholesalers. We should know better, to be honest.
I'll turn around and say the applicant should also.
A new applicant versus.
It's a beer and wine application and,
A new applicant versus a wholesale company that does it for years and thousands of times.
okay, and so are they still advertising drinks?
That's
I mean,
No, we stopped.
Menu, so the menu no longer has any drinks on it,
No,
and the sandwich board doesn't have any drinks on it,
no,
and it doesn't say anything about Aperol spritzes anymore or anything like that.
no.
Okay, so just to, for people that weren't here, this was a tavern wine license for basically a bakery and coffee shop, all day bistro. Operating from 8 AM to 10 PM with background music only. Now, operating as a lounge tavern or sports bar, we agreed not to upgrade to an on-premise liquor license in the future. What is it? Does that still stand, because that means no Aperol spritzes, I guess, with Aperol.
Sure. I mean, right now, we're looking for a beer and wine license.
Right, but do me one favor, public. When it's your turn to speak. Just, you'll get your opportunity to speak. Okay, but still.
So Frank's question, maybe may or may not have. This is the second time we've heard that wholesaler has sold beverages to an applicant. Aren't they supposed to know that they have the licenses on file, license files? And I'm just surprised, because it actually.
You didn't hear it from me, but I guess you heard it from some other applicant. That happened before.
No, it had happened, it was with high.
I didn't know it happened, to be honest. I thought they were much more fast.
Yeah, so that was just, I was asking, because I'm surprised, because I know there are some products.
I was gonna
that
say.
they
that
are
is-
available, that below, and they're wine-based products, to cocktails, et cetera, that are below and allowable, so I was just.
So Aperol Spritz is
So
made.
we had a little, yeah,
Under the limit.
and I'm just curious, because I know there's some confusion that's been generated through time with operators that use wine-based products to do cocktails, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was just bringing that up, so it's not like it's Well, I don't know, it's just, I mean, and you said it's a very low percentage, so it's a low ADE that.
1.5.
Yeah.
Okay. Just let me finish, just for the people that may not, like, Kate, we're not on the committee, there was a lot of back and forth with this, but, there's no television, 6 private parties per year, close all doors and windows at all times. No patron occupancy or service to the basement, won't install French doors or optical windows. Changes to the facade, won't, there will be, well, relevant beer and wine, so the bottle service, no dancing DJs, live music, promoted event, and the event where cover fee is charged, cover performances, velvet ropes. And no security. Okay, and there was no outside.
No, it's not.
No outside, okay.
Right.
Huh?
You did apply for sidewalk?
Yeah, we
But we haven't taken the next step yet on it.
No, we just need to New York City Council.
We don't have it.
Right, I mean, that's our conversation with everybody. The stipulation says there's no backyard garden or any outdoor area for commercial purposes, including, so that needs to be changed if there's going to be sidewalk seating. Right?
There will be, yes.
Yes, okay. So there will be sidewalk seating.
Well, yeah, there's that, always that confusing paragraph that says, we'll follow all the regulations of New York City dining out in the STIP.
Right.
So that's why I think it's always a little.
We met Dawn, remember a couple of months ago?
No, that was at the other committee.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't, that's different, that's nothing to do with this committee, nothing to do with the alcohol. Right, that's nothing, yeah, I just happen to be on that committee. Okay, does anybody from the committee have anything? No? We'll go to the public. Okay, so we have a number of, okay, hang on one second, so.
Have patience.
Okay, I'm just gonna call up the names. If I don't call up your name, you could go whatever order you would like to go in. So Rhonda,
Yes.
just come on up. Everybody just come on up and you can hit, Rhonda, why don't you go first? Since you're anxious to, and you've got your documents. I've got, Nevin. Yiannopoulos. I had a friend who was Yiannopoulos, so I had the beginning part of it. Okay, he's up there. This is for this one, so James, you can, I mean, everybody, why don't you just come on up, form a line, say your name and, Nevin, oh, wait, but Rhonda's going first.
Oh.
So Rhonda, you go up to the microphone, state your name and make your testimony. And everybody, just let me say one last thing, if anybody says what you were going to say, just why don't you say you agree, or just say it very briefly, so we don't hear the same thing, because there's a lot of you here, and just want to keep this moving, but hear from everybody. Okay, go right ahead, and use the microphone.
Yes. I have the document here from the State Liquor Authority. And what less than a year ago, this establishment got its permit in July. By August, an investigator was undercover and went and interviewed the witness, that there was alcohol, and then interviewed the manager. And specifically, they left out that it was Campari and Aperol. Campari has alcohol level at 20.5 to 28.5. So the liquor authority investigator itself, it says it right in the report, was Aperol and Campari. So the idea here is if 30 days after getting the permit, you already had an investigator, he's already violating SLA. He couldn't wait for a year to violate. No, he didn't. It says, the investigator then disclosed their identity to a staff member who identified themselves as manager Alessandro Ramirez. Mr. Ramirez admitted that the premise uses Campari and Aperol for their cocktails. The investigator noted
that the bottles of Campari and Aperol used for the cocktails were behind the counter in plain view.
Not to address us, please.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so this is the conclusion. The applicant has shown a disregard for the ABC law by violating sections 101 and 96(1). The applicant sold and stored liquor upon the premises not licensed or permitted to do so. The license board, acting on applications, carefully evaluates the character, the experience, the financial responsibility and fitness of the applicant to determine whether or not a license to traffic and alcohol should be issued to an applicant. Mr. Perello has demonstrated a disregard for the alcoholic beverage control laws and therefore lacks the requisite character and fitness to hold a liquor license. The licensing board, having considered the foregoing facts and circumstances, determines that approval of this application will not be conducive to proper regulation and control, and that such approval would tend to create a substantial degree of risk and hazard in the administration and enforcement of the alcohol beverage control law. Therefore, the application and associated temporary retail permit for the above captioned premises is hereby disapproved, effective immediately. So I just want to point out, why didn't they mention Campari? This is part of a larger pattern of deception that we've seen. When I came here the last time, Mr. Perello had said that he only had a vague relationship with the previous business, Dr. Smoot. But upon any kind of search, you see he was founder and CEO of that failed business. So this is really not out of character. It's in character, and the SLA, I don't know, you can go back to them again, but it doesn't sound like they're going to be very happy with hearing from Mr. Perello again. Thank you.
Wait, hang on one second, moment. Go ahead, Dr. Smith.
What is your name? Oh, Rhonda Roland Shearer. I'm a resident at 62 Green Street for 32 years.
Thank you. Okay, Nicole Pavon. Is there Nicole?
Hello. So I'm a customer of this coffee shop in question, and I go there every day. I've been living in the neighborhood since 1999, and I am really, really happy that this place exists. So not only are they making excellent food, they're also the nicest people who gave back a sense of community to the neighborhood, where people show up in the morning and get to meet each other again. They have a child. There's absolutely nothing mysterious about them. And I'm one of the people who are extremely happy that this place exists and that it is run by Francesco and Tom.
Thank you. Thank you. Next up, whoever, just say your name and all.
My name is Jay Kaz. I also have a store around the block from Francesco. I eat there, my wife eats there, and my son eats there probably at least twice a day. And it is like, if you know the show Cheers, everyone knows your name. That is what that place is. They are the nicest people. In fact, I see the woman sitting next to Rhonda there all the time buying croissants and taking pictures. This is, for me, as a person that has had a shop around the block, seems like a vendetta that they don't want them. This place is an organic restaurant, farm to table. None of the things that are being said are true about the alcohol, other than the one mistake, because I'm there every day and I see it. And they always say, we can't wait till we can have beer and wine. It is, for me, the most family-run restaurant I've seen in Manhattan, and I've lived here my whole life. So that's just what I want to say.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up,
Hi, I'm Nevin Joganopoulos. I live on top of Francesco's at 470 Broom Street. And I agree with what this young man said and the woman before him. It really is a special spot. And we're really, really happy to have them there. Makes the community vibrant and safer and cleaner. And we really just love them. They really, really are great people. Thank you.
I don't know, Derek, I don't know. Just, I think I'll just call names. Jerry Swan? Is there, Jerry? Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna go what everyone before me just said. I don't know, I recognize a few of you here who have been to Cafe, which was there a long time ago. And I think not since then has there been a place in the community that's felt like that. It's really great. And it's not, I've become friends. I've met some new good friends at that cafe. I've become friends with the people who work there. And I think it's a great place. So, thank you.
Tom sold Ben Hand?
Hi, I'm actually a Francesco partner in life. Thank you for everyone that come to support us today. Sorry, you mentioned my daughter and I got it. We're just trying to do the best we can for our community. Take care of the people that we see every day and we love. Not having the beer and wine license hurt us deeply financially because you can have your pasta or just sit with your friend and talk about the day you had and sip your chilled wine and just have 2 minutes of good time. We're really trying our absolute best to be the best people that we can and just thank you for everything. Thank you.
James Alejandro?
Hi, everybody. My name's James, and I'm one of 3 people who operate a luxury store around the corner from Francesco at Broom Street. I visit Francesco perhaps more than any of the people that I recognize in here because they're where I go for a cup of coffee between clients. I'm there 2, 3, 4 times a day, like a lot. Sorry, this is why I wrote it down. Though I don't reside in Soho, I live in Harlem and commute to work every day. Most weeks, I spend more time on Broom than in my own house. It is my understanding that a handful of community members feel that Francesco serving wine with their locally sourced dinners would create some sort of pub scene. I would encourage them to reach out to Chef Bobby Flay and ask if during his day-long visit to Francesco, he ever worried a bar fight might erupt. There was one day last winter where Bobby Flay sat at a table in a restaurant full of people when I went in for my morning coffee before I opened the store, at 1 when I went in for lunch, and was still there in the late afternoon. And it didn't seem like at any point that other diners even made him uncomfortable, which really says a lot. Finelli, Bibliotech, Antique Garage, and Bowery Bungalow all have liquor licenses, late night service and outdoor seating, and are all within a 3-minute walk of Francesco. It seems that a small contingent of overly possessive residents of the community believe it's at their discretion that a business is or isn't fully realized. All of this is to say, I have watched for a year as Francesco and his team have gone above and beyond to turn an otherwise empty storefront into a vibrant and vital part of experiencing an ever-evolving, ever-elevating Soho. Though I don't drink, I cannot for the life of me understand how preventing a fine dining restaurant from thriving benefits the community. Thank you.
Susan Anthony?
Hi, I'm Susan Anthony and I live at 456 Broom Street and I've been there for 50 years. I think Francesco is great as a bakery. They have great baked foods. But this is a residential community. My kids grew up there. I would not be comfortable with having a restaurant. I don't know where he's cooking. I have no idea. I have no idea where he's baking. But I would feel very uncomfortable having a place with liquor that's open late at night and having my kids walking down those streets. You're talking about people who mentioned Balthazar and other restaurants. I'm a real estate agent. I know this neighborhood really well. I work in the neighborhood. Balthazar is in a commercial area. Another place that was mentioned that's on Broom Street is working illegally. The cops have been there many times. I'm really nervous about having a place that has liquor open late at night that I know
I
eventually.
just wanna say one thing, it closes at 10 o'clock, so that's not considered late at night, it goes from 8 to 10.
Okay,
I
well,
just wanna,
no, I
make sure
understand
that's
that.
clear.
Okay, so last week I was walking my dog at 10:30 at night. I heard loud music. And I just knocked on the door. And I said, can you turn the music down a little bit? And the woman was really nice and she said, well, it's a private event. And I told them it's over at 10:30. So it's not 10 o'clock at night. This was 10:30 at night. So I'm really, a bakery, great, wonderful, tea, coffee, terrific. But having alcoholic drinks, number one, I don't know where they're gonna be cooking. There's no room to cook there. Maybe they're using the basement, I don't know. If they are cooking or baking, I don't know if that's legal. But I really think it's dangerous having a place in the middle of a residential block where there are lots of kids. I would be nervous walking down there late at night if there was liquor and I heard loud noise coming from that restaurant. So, other people who've spoken who I know, who are friends of mine, and they think this is a great place. It is great as a bakery, and I hope it stays there doing what they're doing without any alcohol. Thank you all.
Okay. Thank you. Susan Needles?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep. My name is Susan Needles, and I haven't lived quite as long as Susan Anthony in the neighborhood, but I've lived for 40 years at 82 Green Street. And everybody knows what's happened to Soho in the past 10 years, 5 years, 2 days, and what it's like to go outside, whether you live on further up Green Street like Susan Wittenberg, or you live on wherever it is, on Broome, Mercer, whatever, Worcester. I think it is just only joy I can get it not out of my house is after 7 o'clock. Why? Because I walk up Green, I walk down Worcester, I walk up Mercer, all those streets, cobblestone, Mercer, Green, Worcester, from West Houston to Broome. I don't know about to Grand quite. All of it is peaceful because there's not a restaurant in the middle of the block, and all the stores have closed at 7 o'clock. And it is finally an ability for my husband and I to walk our dog and have some peace in a neighborhood that has changed enormously. And I echo Susan about the bakery, that's fine. A croissant, a brioche, great. But the idea of serving wine and beer, and then it's open till 10, and who knows how people are gonna be exiting. They're having a party time, they're high, they're drunk. And I absolutely am saddened beyond belief of the idea that my street is going to change so enormously. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anybody else from the public here to speak on this application? I think everyone's supposed to speak. Okay, that's it. Come on back.
We're not serving hard liquor, we're serving wine and beer. And we may very well be up till 10:30, we may very well be up till midnight at this point. We have no stipulation on our hours. We are willing. I'm sorry, I'm speaking now.
Wait, guys, this is why I said we're not doing any back and forth. You had your opportunity to speak, it's their opportunity. If you want to do this, just let him.
If we wanted to, we could stay open 24 hours. We have no type of license of any sort. I'm glad that you love the bakery. If you want the bakery to stay there. I spoke to everybody.
Well, talk to us. Like I said in the beginning of the meeting, you came in afterwards, so you didn't hear me.
I know the rules.
But what I say is everybody addresses the committee.
We want this bakery to survive. I've had their food, it's excellent. We want them to thrive. They need wine and beer in order to be able to pay this rent. Without wine and beer, We could be up till 4 a.m. We could have doors wide open, playing music, we could do anything we want. We are coming here and agreeing to stipulate to the hours that we previously had. I'm glad the lady brought up the Campari, because Francesco denied that to me. When I went to the liquor authority and said, please provide the photos, the investigator didn't have any photos of Campari, only Aperol. We could have fought that case and we didn't. Right, the reason we did was because we were wrong. Took 6 months, we reset, places very warmly received. We need why to do a spot. Do you want to respond to anything that you heard?
I just want to acknowledge the fact that it was a genuine mistake on the Aperol, coming from the fact that having operated in other states, the distinction between fermented versus distilled is not the same as in New York. So that was a good faith mistake on our end, which is the reason why also we accepted the resolution by the liquor authority, and now we're restarting the process. So we swallowed it for only 6 months. I kept operating at night. So there's ample evidence of our operations at night until 10 p.m. from Wednesday to Saturday. Serve dinner, people come, they enjoy their time, nobody complained. We don't have any drunk people coming outside. It's a refined establishment.
It's
Yeah,
hard.
that's what I'm saying.
It'd be hard. You are selling marijuana in the back.
That's what I'm saying. Like there's people could have other ways of getting high, but they don't. They come because they enjoy the food. We have ample space to prepare our foods in compliance with the regulations. Steps we may take to equipment is in compliance with RVB and all of that. And
Your kitchen is downstairs.
exactly, our kitchen is upstairs. We have ovens, we have prep tables, and
Downstairs too.
and storage.
Okay, and then are you around? I mean, do you live in the city?
There.
So you're not in Florida? I mean,
Other establishments use past, there's a
but I was just looking at the application
Too, and it says Florida.
I believe. Okay, then you need to redo.
He's been here for the last.
Okay, I just wanted to.
today, so people can morning to evening. So
So how long has it been?
since when we received the notice, which was
So it's been about 5 months, so.
Yeah.
I think. Even if there were a punishment meted out by the liquor authority. Which may not have been revocation, but that's what it was basically by not approving the license. It's a pretty substantial financial missed opportunity, so I think that.
And in reality, had we a license, probably looking at $5,000.
No, that's why I'm just saying. I just wanted to bring it up here. Because it's been a lot of missed stuff and you've been, as soon as you were notified, you started following the law, right? And technically, so I just wanted to bring that up because that's the other course of action of what would have happened. Had you gone through and asked for a reconsideration and, the different outcomes, so. Thank you. And also, just, there's no public interest elements in this application, correct?
Correct.
Anybody else have anything?
Thank you for having us.
Yep.
Okay,
The application is. This is Nessa at 373.
Right.
Oh, can I give you the signatures?
Yeah, send them in or no?
I think so.
Oh, that's fine.
They're-
Now I just want. Yeah, it's okay, I don't need, there's nothing new in there.
There are some resumes at the end. With, some photographs. Sorry, one more.
Dr. Smith, you're doing the TV survey.
I'll start when you're ready.
Go right ahead.
Good evening, my name is Michael Ferrari. I am here with hard to pronounce your name for me. I'm sure what is it? And
Marissa Von Fortin.
these three are the owners of the TVs. Nisa at 373 Broad Street. This is a place that was until recently a cafe matcha just off the corner. On the corner is
Oh, yeah, because you need to be,
sure.
to everybody, you need to be right next to the microphone like this. So either pick the other one up, there's a dial in the middle of that one where you can raise it, but the microphones really need to be right next.
So the restaurant is at 373 Broome Street, which is just off of Mott. On the corner of Mott is I forgot the name of it. I think Shushu, a restaurant. So this is directly next door. It is a 6-story building. They're going to occupy the ground floor. In front of the restaurant, behind the property line, is a patio. There's a photograph on the very last page of the packet that I've given you, or excuse me, it's not on the last page, it's a few before the last, which shows the patio that has been used by Cafe Matcha for many years. I put there's a diagram in there, there are the hours. I wanted the owners to say hello and tell briefly what they intend to do if you're prepared. Go ahead. Just too high from there.
Hello again, my name is Anthony Brun, and sort of the team staff will be a small plate from the restaurant with a small menu, and there will be also a bar area with one beer and liquor, and that's it.
And the hours are
So the hours, so we have 10 AM.
Excuse.
This is a previously unlicensed location.
That's
Okay?
correct.
And this is, for a full on-premise for restaurant, not a tavern.
That's correct.
Yeah,
We're not
kitchen.
on premise for a restaurant, previously unlicensed. The hours that we've inserted are 11 1 a.m. Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday until 2 a.m.
Okay, and there's no TV.
Correct. No TV, no live music. We will use iPads or recorded music, iPods, recorded music. We have put in midnight for the outdoors, but I haven't been here in a while.
That's not.
I'm not sure what the standard.
We have a few things.
Okay.
So it's 2 o'clock Thursday to Saturday. This is a previously unlicensed location. You're putting in French door to the left of the door, it says?
That's right.
Okay. And then, what do you have that says this is on private property, where you want the sidewalk seating, the outdoor seating?
This is from the landlord and from
The architect that we're working with. So the architect is
submitted plans to the Department of Buildings. Included in those plans are an awning that's gonna cover this area, so that will be addressed in the.
But what's addressing that this is private property, because every single building on this block, you're telling me that every. The sidewalk is, hang on, 17 feet. According to the borough president's map. At that location, so all these buildings line up going down the entire block. So you're saying that all this little area in front of each of these buildings is private property?
I'm operating under what I've heard from the architect and from the landlord. There is a patio in front of this
Yeah, there's a
building.
raised area.
A raised
that-
area, and similarly in the next door restaurant, there's a similar raised area.
Right, and down the block
Mhm.
further as well, and then there's some unraised areas also, but that doesn't mean it's on private property.
Yeah.
I mean, just because we have this all over our community board where these are old platforms that were put in for some reason ages ago, but it's not private property.
So it's
Public sidewalk.
in the lease indicates that it's private property.
Have they showed you anything that shows that? Because the sidewalk is supposed to be 17 feet wide, and I think without including that, the sidewalk isn't 17 feet wide. So if the borough president's map has the sidewalk at 17 feet wide, it might be a few inches off or something, but it's generally 17 feet wide. It's not.
But I'm not understanding, are you saying that?
I'm saying
Do
that
you have the measurements from the patio, or are you saying?
I have the I don't have the measurement of the patio. I have the measurement of the sidewalk. And it's approximately 17 feet. Right, is what it says.
So
So if if the city mapped out the sidewalk as being 17 feet wide, that was the width of the public sidewalk. So looking at what I found on Google Maps, going back to 2024, there was not a roadbed shed in front of it, and it goes down the block, and you can see that the sidewalk outside of that platform area, I don't know what it is, because I didn't walk down there and measure it, but it's not 17 feet. It looks like it's 2 sidewalk slabs about, and the 2 sidewalk slabs, from my measurement of unfortunately spending too much time doing this the past couple of years, are between 4 and 5 feet. So that would mean that you're saying the sidewalk is 10 feet. Do you understand?
I'm not saying that necessarily. What I'm saying is that the lease says that it's the property of the landlord, and the architect has confirmed this. I accept that that's not sufficient for your purposes.
No, because I don't
But
think it's accurate.
what we're doing is we're applying to the Department of Buildings, and included in that application are plans for the interior renovation as well as the exterior. And so part of that will require verification that this area is private property. If it is not, then we'll have to take whatever steps are required.
Yeah, I don't know that an awning does that. Is there something else you're doing on the outside other than putting in an awning? Or is it just putting in the awning and the doors? I mean, I don't think putting in an awning I mean, you can put an awning over a public sidewalk, people do that all the time. So that wouldn't.
The point I'm making is that we will address it. And if the answer is what you're saying, I mean, we'll be very disappointed because it's as I say, it's in the lease. But
Yeah,
if the
I'm
answer
just
is
gonna
what-
tell everybody here, this happens all the time.
If what you're saying is correct, then we have to address it, and we have to address it by going to the Department of Transportation and applying for outdoor dining.
Right. And go ahead, Cormac.
I mean, I'm just speaking for myself. I do not, based on the experience of the last few years, have a great deal of confidence in the various public offices and things like that. Need to give an objective ruling after we have issued a liquor license. So I like to see these things addressed and answered beforehand, because otherwise, a lot of our departments been directed by elected officials to essentially operate as concierges for businesses. And they will, if you have the liquor license, they'll just make it so. And so I would really, I'm just saying personally, would like to see that worked out before there's any sidewalk cafe or licensing, I think.
Well,
Personal opinion.
whatever is going to happen here tonight,
Either way, you're planning on having a sidewalk cafe.
Yeah, that's
Whether it's
our-
on your property or whether it's. Yeah,
Exactly,
whether you have to
and
go
that-
through the
that's our
DOT
intention.
process, and you intend to have 6 tables and 12 seats.
That's
out there.
correct. That's correct. And what we would ask if that's if the position of this committee and the board is that you're not gonna sanction it under these, under the information that you have, is that you make it contingent on this being determined, an answer to this question. And whatever requirements have to be fulfilled following that.
I mean, I think our answer is that it's not on private property. I have the.
Just so you know that there was a previous TCA sidewalk cafe license for the storefront next door in the same area, in the same building that you're talking about. So if this were private property, it would go all the way to the corner. It doesn't. There was a licensed New York City sidewalk cafe there. The reason this couldn't have had a license is because it's a raised platform and they got permitted to have the sidewalk cafe license on a raised platform. That, I mean, it's not a mystery and it, as far as whether it's private property or not. And then if you go through, as many of the other people here who've gone through this, we're gonna have to get some sort of waiver from DOT to be on a raised platform under the program, if they may or may not even issue it. So that's.
All of that is fine. I mean, I understand everything you've said. I don't know that what you've said is positive. I don't know that that's. The determination has been made, but we're prepared to.
All right,
do
well,
what
we
is
rely on
required.
that. You need accurate information that's submitted as part of the applications, but I did want to go back though, this was previously, there was an application here in the past. That was for the previous operator, and give me just a second, I will pull it up, and the operating hours there were, let's see, it was under Prestige Worldwide. Was the applicant, and the hours were closing at 9 p.m. every night. So, and one of the stipulations that they wouldn't upgrade to a full on-premise liquor license. So that was the previous license. That was there.
There hasn't been a license there for many years, correct?
I'm just saying that was the last license that was there.
Was it there?
What year was that? I didn't find that in.
The application that was
2016.
was in 2016.
Right, but it didn't go through, right? No license was issued, correct?
Okay, so there was unlicensed, but I think that was the reasonable position. I mean, this seems like it's a very big operation, a previously unlicensed area with an area that has a lot of issues. It just seems that there's just a lot pushing up against a lot of it.
I would say that this is a very small place. It is tiny. If you walk inside, there are 31 seats as indicated on the application, including the bar. As far as the application that didn't go through from 10 years ago, I don't know that that's particularly useful for our discussion right now.
Well, if anything else, I didn't do the stats, but I'd say there's probably more licenses. If we just go with general what's happened, there's probably more licenses now in the area than there were back then. So that even goes more to the point of why do we need another licensed space? Half the seats here are at the bar. I mean, it's a small place, but it's not, it's a small place with 17 seats at tables and 14 seats at the bar. So half of the seating is at the bar. With late hours in a previously unlicensed location. With operable doors. I mean, I'm just going through the impacts of everything on this application. There was no license there. You want a full on-premise license. You know, back in 2016, what was agreeable to the community was beer and wine, 9 o'clock, closing. You're putting in operable doors that impacts the community. 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning impacts the community. Full liquor impacts the community because, 14 seats at the bar until 2 o'clock in the morning. They're not all sitting down, finishing the full service meal. They're sitting at the bar and having a light bite or something and having their cocktails. And then you have 12 seats outside potentially. That's also an impact to the community. So what do we do to mitigate some of these impacts to the community? I'm just asking a
Right.
question.
Certainly, and we're here to listen to what any suggestions you may have, certainly as far as the French doors and the windows.
Not put in the French
We
doors,
can-
reduce the hours,
we can-
eliminate the outside seating. I mean, I'm just throwing everything out there that would mitigate any of that. And then I'm gonna go to the public too. Go ahead.
Good evening. Yes, so,
Just state your name, please.
my name is Arthur.
Okay.
So we had a problem about like someone that were complaining that lived in the building, not to us, but before to the previous business. She was living in the inside of the building when there's a little court, hall. But we are closing the windows and sealing because it's gonna be the kitchen over there, so it's not gonna be noise over there. The French door that we are replacing, right now the windows that they have are like single glass window. We are putting like 5/8 double glass everywhere, like even the one that are not French doors, we are replacing the window everywhere. We're gonna protect the ceiling for the noise more. It's not that we're gonna make noise, but that's just like to prevent on the top. We're not planning to make noise at all, but that's just like on the top.
I think people in operating a business, no matter what kind of business it is, I mean, it could be a shoe store, it creates noise. I'm not,
Agree, so
you know.
that's why we're preventing. When you say like the bar, we have like 15 seats at the bar, it's just because it's the part of the concept, but it's not like we're not intending. It's not a bar, it's a restaurant, but it's because like he has this shape. I mean, it looks like, so it's a part of the concept. Incorrect. But it's more like a restaurant, small place. It's not a bar. It's just, of course, we need liquor because it's like French food and stuff, and we're not gonna like we need liquor for it, just like a aperitif and stuff. But it's more like part of the concept. But it's not like a bar forwarded thing.
Actually, I'm just gonna correct myself, because it's a bar, and then there were 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, there's 12 seats at tables. There's the 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, the 14 seats at the bar, and then there's the 4 seats at the window counter. So a lot of this is not table, restaurant, what we typically, you know.
Yeah, but you can eat at the bar and drink at
Yeah,
the
you
table.
can eat, but, well, yes, get my point. Is it Cormac?
Yeah, I'm not trying to be pedantic, but I'm getting a little confused and I just want to be clear on things. So, I mean, as I remember, Cha-Cha, and I'm looking at photographs now, they don't actually have French windows now. They have an operable window, but not French windows. They have an operable window that is only, like window height. It's up to here, right? To chest. It's not floor to ceiling French. So I'm a little confused about this talk about existing French windows.
No, I'm talking about on the right side, there are windows that open halfway.
Yeah.
So that we're just replacing the window. On the left side, we're putting French doors where there were no windows before.
Well, there is a fixed window on the left.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is
sorry.
windows. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, everybody. I was just gonna add a few things. My name is Marissa Monfortin. First and foremost, you mentioned the windows on the right-hand side. We are redoing those windows so that we can add a double pane window to help alleviate the noise. We've also gone through and opened the ceiling to see what type of soundproof's already there. There is some cushion there, but we're gonna be incorporating more soundproof. We're also tiling parts of the bar and the back kitchen to help with soundproof as well. And then just to add, we've been in the neighborhood all week, talking to everyone in the neighborhood. We sat at the restaurant next door. We talked to the people coming in and out of the building. I think we probably have over 60 signatures of the people within a 2 or 3 block radius. And we also have probably close to 20 or 25 people who live in the actual building who are extremely excited to see our restaurant open and flourish in September or October. It's a lot of people who are in their 30s, 40s, and early 50s who are really looking forward to having an all-day cafe there. I don't know if we touched on it, but it is going to be an all-day cafe. We're going to be serving coffee and espresso in the morning. The bar shape is meant to be a place for people to congregate, have espresso, have social conversations. have sandwiches on the go, and then throughout the day, a place where people can come and get a snack, a sandwich, an aperitif, and then a dinner service in the evening.
Okay, so here's the thing. It's great that you're doing all that soundproofing, but what I'm looking at is you're putting a big prominent bar. And then right directly in front of it, you're gonna have opening windows that are open to the street, which by the way is not what the diagram in your application shows, but that's what you're describing now. And I mean, it's nice you're gonna serve croissants and things earlier, but now I'm looking at a place with big bar, these operable opening windows that wants to be open till 2 o'clock in the morning. And that, see, those elements to me don't go together. A cafe that has opening French things is not a place that is open at 2 in the morning, till 2 in the morning, but the liquor
Can I
license.
correct a couple things that you said? But for one thing, it was not our intention to keep the French doors or the windows open past 10 o'clock. I don't know if that was clear.
I know from long and hard experience that when the windows are fixed and not there, they're never open past 10 o'clock. When they're stipulated to be closed by 10, they are sometimes closed by 10. I also know
I understand
that
there are-
fixed and solid walls, the sound does not penetrate. And with French window opening, the sound leaks out, even once closed.
I understand that, but I've been before this committee before, and this committee has permitted French doors with the stipulation of closing at 10 o'clock. That's what.
Obliged to?
I didn't suggest you're obliged to. I don't suggest that you're obliged to. I just, if we are looking towards the past, I want to point that out. I also want to point out that the bar is not a large bar. You're saying
The
that.
seats in the, it's half of the
I
seats in
accept-
the room, I don't care what size, I mean, you.
I accept that, but it is a tiny space. and
But
if you
half of
see
the tiny
if
space
you-
is a bar space, and then, another
if
quarter
you
of
see the
that
bar, it is
is
a
a
tiny
food
bar.
counter space, so basically what I would say is that the table seating is less than half of the space.
Right.
For a restaurant, the table
I
seating is
understand
less than half of the space.
You said that. I would like to counter that with the fact that the bar is not a large bar.
Whatever, it doesn't matter, it's, the bar and the window seats the tables are less than half of the seats.
But we're also, you brought up these points and we have heard you, and we're also standing here prepared to discuss if there are solutions. I think you suggested a few, but I think that's more than
So I think
we're
what I'll
prepared to do. But we could discuss.
Okay, so let me just,
Some
if
of
any other committee members have any questions, then I'm gonna go to the public and then we'll come back and discuss. Kate, did you have anything?
Yeah, a clarifying question. The windows that are currently there are operable. So do you intend to have French doors that open and windows that open? So essentially the entire facade of the restaurant would be open?
Half of the facade would be a French door that would open. The other half would be a window.
That would be open as well?
That would be
And then
open
the door?
and closed according to whatever the stipulation.
Okay,
We
thank
would
you.
do.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the public. Oh, Carter?
So was just looking at the previously licensed location here, and there's a significant number of 311 noise complaints
What previously licensed location are you talking
for
about?
French Avenue B Inc.
All right, I thought you were talking about this location.
No, I'm talking about the.
And Antonin was an owner and manager of French Avenue B for 15 years. Over the course of 15 years, there were complaints over that during that very long time period. And he worked with his neighbors, and I think positively, I think he found a common ground with them.
Okay.
I'm just
What
gonna
was that
say,
right
I think it's like 30 more than that complaints in the last 5 years. That's a lot.
In the last 5 years, I think most of the complaints are from the same person. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe that's the only one I was aware of.
Okay, so I have, Robin Goldberg, I have Simon, is it? Robin?
Simon had to leave, unfortunately.
Okay. Robin?
Hello, I know you all know me. First of all, I live right across the street. Pass by this location all the time. No one ever stopped me and asked me anything. No one ever stopped anyone in my building. My neighbor who's elderly he did come here, but he had to leave. So if you could accept his written testimony. It's 371 Broome Street. The corner is Shushu Restaurant, which I take a lot of credit, including the committee, in crafting a fantastic resolution for their full liquor license, which previously was never fully licensed. It was a beer and wine. This location is in the same building on the other side of the entry to that building. The building is over 100 years old. There are many, many rent-controlled apartments, elderly tenants, a very large percentage of Asian tenants who don't really integrate with the community. So even if someone was outside, they wouldn't be talking to them, and they have no idea about these things. The building itself, as far as the landlord, if you look on the Department of Buildings for this residence, there are hundreds and hundreds of complaints. And illegal work has been and continues to be illegal conversion of studio apartments, other apartments to make it 2-3 bedrooms. If you enter from the outside, you can see that there probably are at least 15 safe locks in front of the building because the landlord rents them out as Airbnb. So they might have had people that say they were from the building and, oh, this sounds great. They have no connection to the community. The community has changed drastically. Across the street, diagonally across the street, right at the corner of Mott and Broome, is Frenchette Bakery that is going to be opening any day now. So the need for a bakery in the morning is unnecessary. Next door to that is a restaurant that just opened called Oriana, who the community board committee, with myself included, crafted a fantastic resolution. It is the most beautiful space. So now we have 2 full liquor licenses in less than 200 feet. The applicant referenced it being tiny. Yes, it's very tiny. Does it need a full liquor license? Does it need a liquor license at all? The building is notorious for doing illegal facade work. They removed the entire lintel of the crafted molding all around the building is no longer there. If they decide and get approval to make French doors, what they will be doing is removing 3 columns that are so beautiful that are part of the original facade of the building. So there's that. I would say over 95% of businesses storefront in the community is with above full residential buildings. This is not a commercial area. Unfortunately, there's a lot of tourism and all of that. It can't be stopped. There's no public interest in this. The hours, as far as I'm concerned, are laughable. For it to even be open until 10 p.m. is a lot. Shushu next door, full license. They close at 10 p.m. during the week And they just have Friday and Saturday until midnight, and they never stay open. So there's that. That outdoor is not part of the restaurant. And even though the landlord might have included it, if you look at all of the complaints, the illegal conversion and everything else, the landlord has no credibility. The other thing that I want, oh, and as we heard tonight, Crosby Hotel is willing to close their outdoor at 8 p.m. And they want to stay open until 11. Just the regular operating hours are just outrageous. Their prior restaurant, these operators, called Pardon My French, is known for their bottomless brunches. The other thing that bothers me, most importantly, is they just closed their doors like a week ago and notified the staff a few days prior. I just like, what kind of community is that within an operation? It's so cruel. I think that I basically covered all. I mean, I could go on and on, but you know.
But let me just ask you one thing, is there the statement that the other member, is it short? Yep, I mean, just so it gets on the, you know, something gets on the record. Thank you, Rebecca. Okay, Lawrence Rollinger. The rhetoric of this application suggests a family wine bar restaurant. So why do the applicants need to keep the restaurant open until 1 and 2? In what is remained a residential neighborhood, and why do they need a full liquor license? In addition to these issues, the applicants want to occupy an outdoor space. The opening of this restaurant is likely to provide real conflict in the neighborhood. That was his comments. Okay, is there anybody else here from the public comments? Okay. Oh, no.
I can respond
Yeah.
to a few of the points. I heard from this woman that I'm sorry, I forgot.
Miss Goldberg.
I-
Miss Goldberg.
Ms. Goldberg, I remember her from the committee. That's the only reason I bring it up. And I have attended many meetings which she sat on, and yes, she said that with respect to Shoo and the others, they formulated stipulations that have been effective. That's what I understood her to say, is that they've been effective and they got results that they wanted. So that's why we're here. We're standing here prepared to do the same. The fact that I don't view this, this is a commercial block. If you look at the block, these are mixed-use buildings, and every ground floor space is commercial. With respect to the
With
landlord.
residences all up above, correct?
Right, residents,
Right, I mean, so-
all of above, but it is not a side street. This is not a side street. With respect to the landlord, we have no control over the landlord's behavior. And we intend to follow the law. We're going through the process to comply with the law. We're applying to the Department of Buildings to do what is required under the law, which includes the French doors. Half of the facade will be the French doors. I didn't understand Ms. Goldberg's point regarding three
columns.
Three
I
columns.
think it's
That-
between two
Yeah,
columns.
I
actually,
don't,
and then that's
that-
right.
right, with respect to, again, with respect to the hours.
Okay, what would you like to offer on the hours?
We can scale it back to midnight, and 1 o'clock on the weekends,
Weekends being Friday and Saturday?
Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I mean, next door. Midnight.
What is next door?
That's after they. Has been there.
That's after they had been there, just to say they didn't get that going in, so, and their hours were 12 a.m. Sunday to Thursday and 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday.
We can scale it
And
back.
they closed the doors at 9 p.m. every night, and there's no French doors or operable windows, and they don't have a sidewalk cafe. And, they don't have unlimited drinks or specials or boozy brunches.
You wanna,
And they have the full menu items until closing.
we can close the windows and French doors at 9 p.m. We had no, yeah, we have no intention of brunches, of boozy unlimited brunches, and we will agree to that. Again, we have,
I mean, why do you need to put in the French doors on the other side? I'm asking that, I mean, I know it's very nice, but you have a small storefront and now the entire storefront is going to be open until 9 o'clock at night. In an old building with rent stabilized people, older people, apparently 100 or so of them, more upstairs. I mean, this is not a commercial neighborhood with a few residential buildings. This is basically a residential neighborhood with I don't care how it's zoned, it's essentially a residential neighborhood with ground floor retail. Most of, as you know, many of which is turning over to eating and drinking and not really retail that serves the people that live there also.
So the idea of the place would have been a small, quiet restaurant, and it's based for the south of France cuisine, so we wanted to recreate kind of the vibe of the south of France.
You're not in the south of France.
No, I'm just saying.
I'm just saying,
That-
you
that's
don't have the lavender fields or anything.
That's what
else.
restaurants do, they
It's
try to recreate the vibe, and that's the vibe that we're trying to recreate for our diners. And that was the idea of the French doors, that was the purpose after. And the storefront is really older, we have to. Yeah, we have to redo the storefront anyway, but it's a little old, and we also wanted to change the windows because they are too thin, and we.
Right, Carter's point, Cormac's point to make them operable, just the sound, even when they're closed, they still comes through further than if it was just a fixed facade. Okay, so we're at 12 and 1 Friday and Saturday? And 9 for the doors?
yes.
Does anybody? So that we'll discuss this in business session, just,
Do we want to do the outdoor dining?
and the outdoor dining, I mean,
Nothing to that.
well, no, we don't.
So that's part of
Yeah,
the issue.
yeah, it's better we always discuss it so that if we can waive something, we can waive something, because we also consider that as part of the public interest. It's 12 more seats outside.
Yeah.
And where there was nothing before, next to a restaurant, that,
Well, it's been used consistently for 10 years by Cafe Matcha. It's, I understand.
it
that it's
wasn't
not-
licensed for
I
liquor,
understand
and,
it wasn't
and
licensed for
it,
liquor,
and
but
it wasn't it didn't have a sidewalk cafe. It was used during the pandemic, everybody did, I mean, you can't turn around.
I'm not, I just want to correct the record to the extent to say that
It was
it was
illegal
used.
in
It was,
use for the past few years, yes, you're absolutely right.
I don't know that that's correct
I
to say.
don't think
that
they
it
had a
was
sidewalk
used.
cafe license. I'd have to now go look that up.
No, they didn't.
They didn't have a sidewalk cafe license,
It's also been out of business for over 4
and
years.
it's been out of business for 4 years, but.
Or
they had a sidewalk cafe license. No, they didn't have a sidewalk cafe license, to Carter's point before, they didn't have a sidewalk cafe license because in the old program, and despite what DOT is doing, what the rules say in the new program is there's no seating on a platform. In the old program, you couldn't have the seating on the platform.
Sure,
They
I remember.
enforced that, so there was no seating there that was proper. Just putting that on the record, go ahead, Cormac.
You also needed table service, and I don't believe that they had it, that you would get your coffee at the counter and people just go out and sit at tables, which was not legal and permissible under those rules.
They were never tables.
Okay, so.
There were never tables, that's why I thought there were benches, right? There were just benches.
I only wanted to correct the record that it was used. We're not creating a situation where there was.
Okay, so they had benches and they were serving tea or whatever it was.
Well, no, they weren't serving tea out, they were basically the coffee shop inside with benches outside, the
So people
patrons
would
leaving
go
could
get-
sit on benches outside.
Benches and drinker.
They did not have a cafe outside or cafe service or an outdoor cafe, that's just not correct.
Okay.
I didn't say that they did.
Okay. So. The operating hour, you want the sidewalk cafe,
Correct. And we will go through the process that is required.
And-
Again, it has been my understanding that it was private property. It sounds like I have to investigate that further.
right?
And if it is not, then we have to go through the Department of Transportation.
Right.
Right, and it's tiny,
Well, it's 12, I mean, everything is tiny, but everything is another 12 seats, so this is 12 seats, not 4 seats.
we could limit it, but
Tell me what you wanna limit it to. I mean, I'm asking, you're hearing.
Right.
The responses here, so I just wanna know so that we know what we're discussing during business session, what.
Right.
You're anticipating, because there was nothing there before, there was no on-premise license there before, there was no late night hours there before, all of this impacts everything, there was no opera thing on the left side,
do you want to?
open, right?
Demolish the wall.
Right.
We would scale back to 10 seats, the outdoor seat.
From 12, so it would be 10 seats, and what time, you'll close that at 9?
Yes,
The doors close at 9, so that would make sense that the outdoor closes at 9. One second.
Well,
Okay, well, you've been given a moment of silence. Go ahead.
No, I'm so sorry. But you know, you're gonna demolish the wall, you're going to put in French doors, and you're gonna keep it open. You know, when you play music, you have to close it all day long, if you have music, if you have air conditioning. So what's the purpose of going for French doors, going for the expense?
I'll send you one. I want to hear it from.
I mean, the front door is already pretty old and damaged inside, so we have to replace it. And because it fits more the concepts anyway, and it looks way more beautiful. We were going for that. That was the point. We have to redo it anyway, because like it's already damaged.
Understood, and why do you need a full liquor license there?
A full liquor license?
Mm-hmm.
We need a full liquor license because we're gonna sell food, and it's part of the concept, like aperitifs and digestives and stuff like that. It's not, we're not trying to sell liquor late night. That's not part of the concept at all. It's just it's like a restaurant. And like we need like aperitifs and stuff like that.
You could have that with beer and wine, you don't have to have a full alcohol. You don't have to have full alcohol.
We could have a certain kind of aperitif that are lower, but not all of them.
There is a lot of aperitif that pairs very well with the food of the south of France, and there are liquors.
Yeah, I looked at your menu. Mhm.
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
Good, okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
Fine.
so and what about ADA access?
we are discussing it with the architect and then how to address that. It would likely have something to do with a ramp getting up to the patio.
So cutting a ramp,
Right.
you'll put a ramp down if somebody needs it. Is that
Right,
what
either
you're-
a temporary or permanent.
Yeah, I just.
And also with the outdoor seating needs to be directly ADA accessible. Go ahead, Connor.
I'm not sure how you do it as an architect's thing, but permanent is better. I mean, the endless number of stories I've heard from people, friends of mine in the disabled community, who talk about they went to the place, they placed them, they had a ramp, but then the mechanism didn't work, it was broken, they couldn't get it. I mean, when it's built and it's there, it's there.
I didn't make one point earlier. I just wanted to correct the record with respect to our community outreach. We've made an effort. I think it's clear in the documents. We communicated with the block associations that were suggested. One of them has closed, one of them was not interested, or didn't have an opinion and said good luck to us. We posted notice for a meeting a week in advance, and we went and we waited out front for people, and people did not come. I understand, people have lives and perhaps can't make it, but we made as good an effort as we could to communicate with people. And we stood out front and got signatures from people in support.
Okay. Can I just?
Yeah, just said one, yep.
I was just gonna, to close on one note. I'll
You
go
can
with
go
the
to the
shorter one. We're opening a restaurant to make the community happy. We love people, we love food, we love it, bringing people together over beautiful food. We're not here to upset anyone. We're here to work with you, of course. We will listen to any complaint or need that you have. We want to make people happy. We're not coming into the neighborhood to create havoc or displace people or make people upset that we're there. We're there to bring people together and give people a plate of food and bring community together. And I was in the neighborhood. I lived there in 2016 on a block away. I've been in New York forever. We've all been in New York at least 10 years. We love the city. We love the people. What makes New York so special is having these places to come together and smile and laugh and have good conversations. And that's what we're here to do. So I just wanted to end on that note.
Okay, thank you. All right, thanks a lot for coming in.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, the next application is going to be GF 240 Mulberry LLC, doing business as Cafe Mulberry. This is at 240 Mulberry Street. It's a class change. Yes.
This one more girls, this one work also?
That works.
Good evening, Joseph Levy here on behalf of GF 240 Mulberry LLC. I have two of the principals of the licensee here with me. The application before you is a class change, looking to upgrade from beer and wine to full liquor. All other aspects of the method of operation will remain unchanged. This is Cafe Mulberry. Ground floor space, 7 tables inside with 20 seats, 26 seats in the rear yard, which closes at 10. Inside, the hours are 8 AM till midnight. Background music, no TVs. Ground floor commercial, upstairs residential. There are 14 residential units in the building. We were able to secure support from 10 of the 14 units. There are a couple short-term rentals and we just couldn't find any one of those spaces. We also have about 50 signatures in support or so. These gentlemen were here over a year ago seeking a beer and wine license for this cafe space. The idea was to be an all-day cafe. They brought in a chef who started to experiment with food that was more involved than just the pastries and the eggs that they originally intended. And the food's really taken off and the place is really taken off. They come before you now to seek an upgrade to full liquor to complement the food which has evolved in the space. If you have any questions, we're here, we're happy to answer them.
I'll start with the rear yard. So that was, you were supposed to get the permits for that.
Yes.
I see in your materials, the architect says that zoning allows it. But there's nothing that shows the DOB that it's allowed in this particular location, in this particular arrangement, in this particular setup, and I don't believe it was ever used that way.
The architect's position is that we're allowed to use it as of right, as long as it's for seated service. I think there should be a letter in there to that effect.
Well, he said that, but the architect isn't DOB.
That's true, it's not DOB.
I mean,
He is a DOB.
he's reading the zoning and it's putting the zoning code in there that says that it says that is, I looked up the ZR 32-164 and it could be used for seated service, but it doesn't mean that this particular location has the proper egresses or anything else. We're using that rear yard. I don't think it was ever. It was always just a rear yard. It was never used as anything else.
Yeah, when we were here originally, we said that we would undertake to engage an architect and make sure we could legally use it. They did engage an architect. This was the architect's opinion, is that it's as of right use, so long as it's seated service outside.
Yeah.
Are the wood sheds still there? Great, because and is there still a bedroom and kitchen on the ground floor?
No.
Right, so that's what was approved at the location before the C of O was issued. And so if there is no C of O, those are the allowable uses of the space. Nobody's saying it's not as of right, but it doesn't conform
Yeah, the right.
to the last.
I'm not sure what you mean by the woodshed.
I mean, that's what the rear yard is for wood sheds, for burning wood for the building. And it's marked as a yard with no access directly from the commercial businesses. So
If you'd like us to pursue this further, let me know, what you'd like, and we can certainly re-engage with the architect to get something further.
yeah, it's something that shows that the rear yard can be used.
For eating and drinking.
Affirmative, yeah,
Specifically.
eating and drinking.
By DOB, right?
You want DOB
We
document?
want DOB,
Not
not
architect's
an architect's opinion of what the zoning regulations are for every backyard in that zoning area, but I want DOB to say that this location is okay to have patrons outside it. I mean, there's more patrons outside than inside, Cormac.
Yeah, and just to be clear, we're not trying to beat up on your applicant, right? Part of what I'm doing here is I can't remember us because, as you know, these outdoor yard issues come up all the time. I can't basically go back and get something from DOB is standardly what we tell people, and people do. I can't remember us ever just taking an architect's word for it before. Maybe it's happened, I can't remember it. And so this is not, like, I'm not trying to bully, I'm just saying, like, consistently, like, that's sort of what we tend to.
For sure, and that might have just been a miscommunication or misunderstanding. My understanding from the first time we were here was, you guys wanted an understanding that the backyard could be legally used. We reached out to the architect to see if there were any filings we need to make. He said it's his opinion that it's as of right use. We got this letter to sort of formalize that. I understand now that you want some sort of DOB documentation to that effect. I'm not an architect, obviously, so I don't know what kind of filing that would be, but we have an open dialogue with the architect as we're, doing work. We're happy to re-engage.
Okay. So you've been using though, the rear yard, the rear yard's been being used,
Yes,
and it's been closing it.
at 10, and 8 Mile Creek before them was using it as well. Whether that's legal or,
Exactly.
I don't know, but,
Exactly.
There are more than one egress as well. There's 2 egresses.
so we'll engage the architect and see what we can do to kind of further explore this and get you guys some kind of documentation that.
Okay, we have people from the public here, so does anybody from the committee have anything else before I just go to the public? Okay, so why don't I go to the public? I have Kathleen McDonald, Lisa Farstein, Robin Goldberg. Come on up.
I got a Harry Potter.
Okay, so start with your name and talk to us.
Sure, my name is Katie McDonald and I live at 236 Mulberry Street. And I've come here in opposition to the garden and the liquor license because I've lived here for more than 20 years. I was there when, what was it called, 8 Mile Creek they would spill over into the backyard. And there were so many complaints then that they stopped it. It was a really bad idea. To someone's point earlier, it's a very residential street, a lot of elderly people, a lot of rent stabilized people, a lot of Asian people, a lot of people that can't necessarily come here and speak up. And I know that for myself, my bedroom faces the back and I hear the noise just from people walking out to put out their garbage. So the idea of a garden and people drinking there every day till 10 o'clock is just a nice nightmare. We need to have quality of life and, we have jobs to get up early to go to. And I mentioned this, I just got notice of this just yesterday. And in that short time, I was able to just reach out to my neighbors and let them know. And as you know, there was an outpouring of letters against this. People made the time to say, no, absolutely not. We don't want this. And one of the reasons they don't want it is because already it's the club that they already own, that's the basement kind of speakeasy at the same location. I have made complaints about the noise there. It's loud, it vibrates in my apartment, which is 2 doors down. At night, I feel the vibrations of the bass. I had reached out to the community board earlier about this issue and was sent the stipulation for their liquor license to see if, they were honoring those stipulations. And I feel like they're flagrantly not honoring them. There's not supposed to be loud music. It's supposed to be ambient music. It's not supposed to be heard by the neighbors. I know that other neighbors have complained. There's not supposed to be dancing. It's in the stipulation, and I just Googled the owner, and the owner was bragging to Time Out about how there's dancing there every night. So I just feel like, and then there's also a big issue that my neighbors had, was all the people always spilling out on the street waiting to get in. And that's also in their stipulation. That's not supposed to be happening. It's already difficult to just walk down the street. So I just don't feel like they've kept the earlier stipulation in good faith. And, and regardless of that, I just feel like a garden is a bad idea. It's residential. There's no other outdoor garden besides the buildings on that block, and for good reason. People live there, and yeah, that's all I think I have to say. Let me just check my points. Yeah, I guess my other, one of my other concerns was like, the cafe is gonna be open till 12. But supposedly the garden will close at 10, and like, how are you really gonna make that happen, I just have a lot of concerns, and it's already been a problem, and I don't normally come to these community board meetings, but I've been here since 6:30 because I really wanted to speak up. And a neighbor of mine has also come, even though she has a small child, to come speak about it, so thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Lisa Farnstein.
Hi, how are you? My name is Lisa Firestein. I live on Elizabeth Street. I came to speak in opposition to the expansion of the liquor license at 240 Mulberry because I similarly come to these meetings sometimes to protest what often feels like taking advantage of our quiet residential neighborhood for commercial gain. And it sounds like, from what I hear from people who live on the street, that the 240 Mulberry residents haven't been good neighbors. And I think that the community board should take that seriously when considering the expansion into the garden. And I do have a young child, and it's been a great neighborhood for us, partly because people show up to meetings like this and keep businesses like this in check. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rob. Over.
It just seems like the same old story. The residents come, they live in older buildings, then new businesses come in, they take advantage of a neighborhood. If there's like a cool hip store shop, I don't know if you've walked on Mulberry Street lately, in between, and I'm just narrowing it down to Prince and Spring. It is totally chaotic. There are a million licenses on that block. There are clothing stores where they wait online, they pool around over there. I mean, it's just absolutely insane. And I could say the same thing about Broome Street. The neighborhood has changed tremendously, and anyone who would even think to put money into an old walk-up tenement building and use the back that is basically an alleyway, kind of buildings I grew up in, it's not a good idea. Even if they were there for lunch, it's so unfair. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here to speak on this application? Okay, come on up.
We appreciate the comments from the residents tonight, and we'd like to get some information from a few of the people that live nearby, because I think the board's aware of the fact that we have been trying to actively work with residents. We actually pulled ourselves off the agenda last month because we had something happen that was out of our control, and we didn't like it either. So we pulled ourselves off the agenda so that we could engage with residents, specifically one that wrote a letter to the board indicating that we had an event that went badly, which was after the Met Gala. And we had people outside way later than they were supposed to be. Our event was shut on time, but people hung around. We had someone try to kick in our door thinking there was a secret party there they could get into. Meanwhile, there was no one there. It was a big mess. Anyway, we didn't like it either, just for what it's worth. We engaged with this resident. I do believe this resident reached back out to the board to say, hey, just so you guys know, these are gracious guys. They've been working with us. They've done additional sound testing. They've tried to undertake to do the right thing and be proactive. And I think you have that letter. If you don't, I'll make sure you get a copy of it.
We did get it.
That has been the MO of these guys since day one. As I said earlier, you've got 10 of the 14 residents in this building have signed up in support here. They've got a tremendous amount of outreach, very close here. They are trying to do the right thing, so that's not going to stop. With respect to the outdoor space, we've been in that space operating for 7 months already. So if people don't know that we're actually there yet, I think that's a good sign. That means that we're doing something right. It closes early, no issue. We're not looking to do anything else here. We're just looking to upgrade the alcoholic beverage offerings to match the evolution of the menu here. And we'll continue to try to get better as operators and, you know, tighten things up as they go and work with residents as people have issues. And I think these guys have now proven that they've done that a number of times, and that's going to continue.
So what are you saying you're doing? Nothing. I mean, you're gonna reach out to the residents. I thought this was going from laying this over until we can do something. That's not what you're saying.
No.
I just wanted to be.
If you'd like us to lay it over so we can
I'm
do
just,
some things.
here's what I don't know how the committee feels about this, but we have got, about 8 or 9 letters from people opposing this, all saying the same thing. The loud music, the vibration, the crowds on the sidewalk. And you promised us, this is, I'm just gonna say this is a personal pet peeve of mine. Everybody wants a DJ so they can curate the music, so it's quiet background, and it never is. So, you know, get rid of the subwoofers. I mean, I don't know if there's subwoofers in there, but we should have put a stip on there that said no subwoofers, because people are hearing the bass traveling all over the place. I've heard from the person you reached out with and worked with, and previously that you guys work with people, but we have a ton of complaints sitting here about the noise and this, and it didn't just happen now, it happened, I was gonna tell you this last month before you laid it over, that we've been getting complaints about this. And, you know, you came for the space downstairs, and then you came back for the space downstairs for longer hours, and then you came for the cafe, so it would be a nice daytime wine bar cafe, and now you're coming for an upgrade there. And my feeling, I mean, again, I'm not speaking for the committee, but you're asking of a lot of things, and we're sitting here with all these complaints for the downstairs space that clearly hasn't been resolved. And it clearly isn't just one night, because people weren't saying they had a party 3 weeks ago and this is that. They're saying this is happening often. I mean, I'm not saying every night, but it's happening often. And that's totally contrary to the stipulations that we agreed on when you wanted the DJ down there. So that's what I have to say on it. I don't know if anybody else has anything to say on it, but,
And the other thing is that block is a nightmare.
Right.
And I think that that was the commentary of expanding the licensing without, and this is everybody, and,
Yeah.
you know, having, you know, it's hard when you know people who live on the block and they come to you, like me, and tell me all these things and who've lived there a long time, but it's really the whole block, the whole character has changed in not that long of a time period, that it's a little bit out of control. And so I just say that it's hard to even assess expanding impacts, and the biggest thing is in the back. You know, so people have, you know, you expect and you move in on a block and you expect the noise in front, but if you live in the back, and most of these are rent stabilized apartments, they can't do anything, they're in bad shape, the landlords don't take care of them, you know, it's all in the building, et cetera, so it's a lot.
Yeah, no, we appreciate that, and then, again, we're trying to get better all the time, we're not saying we're perfect, and I think our track record is starting to speak for itself, that we are actively trying to get better at this, and we do care a lot about it. Now we have two businesses here, and we actually do care what people think of us, and that's why these guys have interacted with their neighbors the way that they have, so, you know, I know.
I just want to say that in a short period of time, we got a lot of letters because people found out about the application with specific complaints, just to honest.
Yeah, and we're starting to address those things also. I mean, I didn't mention this earlier, but while we did additional sound testing to the individual who I know reached out to the board, I mean, we've done other things. We've changed internal programming to make sure that any events that we have actually close a little on the earlier side to prevent issues like that. We are beefing up security whenever there's any kind of event to ensure that we can kind of disperse people in a more orderly fashion than just with, you know, having one person. So we're trying to make little tweaks and changes here and there, but if there's additional sound attenuation measures, things we need to do to tighten up, you know, we're happy to do it. We're trying to work with people and with the board.
If I may, hi, I'm Justin Severs, I'm one of the owners here. With regard to the noise complaints, I certainly agree, like, we definitely do not want to be a nuisance to the neighbors, and I think we've shown that we've been willing to engage with everyone. But as you mentioned, that it's not just us on the block, and there are many things and factors on that block that can add to that. So I think that unfortunately, sometimes we get, as the one establishment on the block that is open a little bit later, we tend to kind of get a little bit of the blame for some of the people that are traveling through that block, even not to stop with us or anywhere else. And that's why we have security outside. We have some people trying to always move people along and we've listened to the neighbors, we've heard them, we've talked to them and try to keep those things moving. But if someone is walking on the opposite side of the street and there's a group of people and they're yelling, that unfortunately there's not as much we can do about that. There is also a business next door to us, which has not been, in my opinion, the best operator. And I know the cops have been called several times due to them having loud parties, including open doors outside. We certainly have never done that. And again, I think people sort of assume that it could be us, but it is most certainly not us. The cops come, we talk to them, we very clearly say, you can hear this coming from the next door. Can you please, I don't know what their internal protocols are to that, to sort of notating that on these complaints or not, but I do know that there has been someone that has reached out via Mend NYC, which I've engaged with or trying to engage with the citywide program. It's anonymous, so I'm not sure who that person is yet, but I've tried to engage. I'm still waiting on them to get back to me on that. It might be the young lady who was a few doors down. Which again, I'm as I did with our neighbors directly above us, I'm more than happy to do a sound test and figure out how and why that could be happening. 3 buildings down from us where she's hearing something, but no one else in between there is. I'm not sure how that's possible, but I'm happy to do everything we can to figure it out. You know, if there's a shorter route than Mend NYC, please let me know. The backyard is understandably a concern for neighbors. If I were to live in that area, I would also be concerned, but I also know that having secured the support of people, including the rent stabilized and free market tenants in the building, who live directly above the courtyard, facing the courtyard, as well as facing the street out front, you know, to me, that means that we're doing a good job. We're maintaining everything that we've promised in that backyard, and, you know, as we truly did not think that we would need liquor, but as we've had to, like, we lose people at the front door because they wanna have a drink, martini, before they sit down for dinner, or as they start dinner, and it's like, oh, we don't have that, okay, and I'm like, well, we have the beautiful wine list, and they're like, great, maybe I'll come back another time, and it's kind of like unfortunate that we have to like disperse that because of that one factor. And unfortunately, I can't control how people choose to drink, but we do have a wonderful wine list, but and affordable. But you know, again, like I'm one of the operating partners. I really strive to be there, and I'm there all the time right now, and try to engage with as much of the public, you know, comments as I can. So I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the people who spoke tonight. I don't know how to address you, but
Yeah.
if anyone wants to get in touch with me, again, I'm happy to go through things, figure things out, as I have done with residents in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Ambleside Partners LLC, doing business as Gospel, 281 Lafayette. This is a on-premise restaurant. Method of operation, alteration, application.
Evening. Hey, everybody.
Hi.
Hi there. My name's Mike Huddleston. The family run business. My name's James Huddleston. A quick introduction. So we have Ambleside Partners and the CEO, which is on 281 Lafayette Street. As I mentioned, hold my bag. Yeah, pleasure to meet you all. As I mentioned earlier, we didn't quite get as far as we anticipated today, but the neighbours wanted to come and potentially say a few words, and we also our lawyer who was supposed to be with us had to have quite a serious had to have an operation, so couldn't be here tonight. So we were gonna as I mentioned, I thought there was an opportunity for this Thursday. I think you said that's not feasible, so I think we're gonna have to put this back a month, but the neighbours have made an effort to come, and I think they may want to say a few words, or Jamie say a few words, so.
Well, okay, so, I guess. Yeah.
So apologies in advance.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, so.
Thank you so much. Good to meet you.
Sure. Okay. So Heather Peachy,
Is there, if I start on behalf of the residents?
any, whatever, I have a number of sign-ins here, so if you all would like to just come up, why doesn't everybody kind of come up? So it'll just save us a minute or two in between, and I don't care what order you speak in.
Sure. And
State your name first and address us.
it may just be me, but of course, anyone who wants to add, please go ahead, but good evening.
I will say one thing, what I would like to do is
Yes.
just everybody who's taken the time to sit here all night like this, I just like them to come up, and put their name on the record and just say they agree with you, or if they have anything else to say, otherwise I'm happy to keep it.
Absolutely, that's a great idea. Members of the board, good evening. I'm Jamie Ansorge with Cozen O'Connor. I was last here several years ago representing residents and negotiating stipulations with Bleecker Street Bar. So it's good to be back here, and it's good to see so many members still serving the community. Tonight, I'm here on behalf of local residents, including the adjacent buildings. We have 285 Lafayette. We have Jonathan from 285. We have Alexander and Warren from 57 Prince Street. Those are the adjacent buildings to Gospel. We have Heather representing some other surrounding buildings, and of course, others in the community are welcome to speak. But you know, we're here tonight because these residents have had very significant quality of life concerns about the operations at Gospel at 281 Lafayette. You know, the type of things you can imagine with a very popular nightlife establishment, whether it's sound and bass emanating from the establishment, kind of rattling neighborhood apartments, large masses of people outside trying to get in, extensive traffic issues on Lafayette causing honking, smoking, all the issues that you can imagine with an operation going till 4 a.m. On weekends at the time. So those are the challenges that we're facing, but we are here because we want to share the good as well, which is that the owners, Mike and James, who you just met, have been in very regular contact, at least with my clients, who I just pointed out, especially over the last several months, trying to resolve a number of these issues, conducting extensive sound testing. And we have been engaged in conversations around a fairly extensive private agreement between the boards of these adjacent buildings and the applicant that would include a bevy of protections around sound and traffic coordinators, some memorializing what they're already doing. Apologies. But as the applicant said, we didn't quite get to the finish line tonight. So we will continue working in good faith with the owners to try and find an agreement that will allow them to expand their operations. As you can see in their application, it is quite a significant change that would increase their capacity, that would increase their floor area, and that would enable operations as much as 7 nights a week. So these are very significant expansions to their operation, and in return, we are asking for very significant protections for the local residents, and we will continue working on those. And it's our hope. I know that the applicants were hoping we would come here tonight with an agreement. We unfortunately don't have one, but we'll keep working towards that. And I hope next month we can come back in support of this application. But please, I certainly welcome the residents to say more. But thank you.
Does anybody want to just come up and put your names on the record or say anything?
Hi, my name is Nina Roberts, and I live on the southeast corner of Lafayette and Prince. And starting in maybe February of 2025, even though gospel has been around for years, something happened and it suddenly got insane. So I sent a file of videos and photographs of the honking. And so there are some people in this group that have other concerns or additional concerns like vibration and the bass and people talking and smoking. I don't have any of those because I don't live in that building. For me, it is only an issue of honking. And so it was a nightmare. And, I made tons of 311 calls. The upside, I met Heather, she's great, met some other neighbors. And it does have a happy ending. I'll just cut to today. We got in touch with James, and I have to say, I have to give credit where credit is due, and the brothers really made themselves available. They got the traffic coordinators out on the street, and for me, that made a complete total difference. There's a little bit of honking, but it's manageable unless I have Stockholm syndrome, but it seems pretty manageable. And it makes the world of difference, because what was happening was all the Ubers and limos, they were all double parking. So it narrowed Lafayette to 1 lane, and then people started honking. So I was prepared last month to come here and say it all has a great ending, but with the proposed DOT making Lafayette 1 lane starting at Prince, I don't know how they're gonna make the traffic go with 1 lane of traffic, because it flows okay now, and there are 2 lanes of moving traffic. There's gonna be 1 lane of moving traffic, and I just feel like the honking is gonna start again, and I will go totally berserk. My bedroom is on Lafayette Street, and I had to buy a new sofa bed to rearrange my apartment for these honking nights.
Yeah.
I know someone else in the building had to go stay at his parents' house. He was gonna have a nervous breakdown. The honking really impacts our lives and in my building. And so I don't know how that's gonna work out with the 1 lane of traffic. It's really gonna be difficult. There was something else I was gonna say. Now I completely just lost my train of thought thinking about that 1 lane of traffic. But, well, if I think about it, I'll send an email or something like that, but that's basically the gist of it.
Okay, thanks.
My name is Jonathan Pirelli, I'm the president of the board at 285 Lafayette. In the interest of time, I just want to say what Jamie Ansord said, it accurately reflects the experience, both past, present, and what we're hoping to accomplish in the near future with Ambleside. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Heather Peachy, 101 Crosby. I also just want to, echo what Jamie had said. We have been working with the Huddlestons, and my building is not adjacent, so I don't get the vibration noise transmission. I have what Nina deals with, which is the honking, and I could say that they have really invested in traffic coordinators that have helped alleviate that. Fortunately, I think the DOT is going to kill that, so that's another battle we'll be fighting, but can't hold that against them. So, we're just moving forward to try to do what we can do to mitigate the situation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alexander Naratov at 57 Prince Street on the second floor. I'm actually one of the two signatories with the original agreement with McNally for Pravda. Jane Krupp and myself negotiated, I think, one of the first agreements resulted in the stipulations. And we had a very good long-term relationship with Pravda. When Ambleside, the present owners of Ambleside took over, that changed dramatically because Gospel is a nightclub, not a restaurant with ambient music. And so the life of particularly of Jane lived right next to that really changed dramatically. She actually had to move out. So we then eventually started to work with James and Mike. And in all, I have to give them credit, they have invested a lot of effort and money in rebuilding their space to make it almost like a recording studio separateness, achieving effective separateness from the adjacent two buildings, 57 Prince Street and 285 Lafayette. So we have, parallel to their construction response, have worked out an agreement. We're testing, we're still not quite there yet, but I think this is an example, again, may have started badly, but hopefully it will end up with a positive relationship with contracts to back that one. As far as traffic, it has been an improvement. We'll see what happens in spring. But they have put out 4 to 5 people every night to control traffic. That's what it takes. It's a narrow street already. Street noise, people, conversations, that's much harder to control. That's what he said to people. So they have tried. So I think it's an improvement and hopefully it will continue. Thank you.
All right, Warren Fryer from 57 Prince Street. Same as everyone, I've been here a long time and we had a terrible time at the beginning with noise and crowds and honking. But we're getting there. This is a 20-page stip that we're working on. It's just working out the details now.
Thank you.
Just make one comment on that. So, you've heard directly from the residents where there's a lot of positive movement. But our hope is that we'll have this very robust private agreement in place and that we can share that, or at least the key terms of it, with the board so that this committee could consider adopting those terms as part of the stipulations, so that the residents have multiple avenues for, enforcement or protection, be it this private agreement or the stipulations riding with their liquor license. So we would love to work with this committee to incorporate the terms of this agreement into future stipulations. So we'd appreciate your partnership in that.
I just had a question, what steps have been taken to enforce the existing stipulation? So why would you expect anything different?
But that,
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's your turn up, so.
Well, I just asked because you're asking us to make significant
Yeah, well, look,
changes to.
Yeah, so.
To what's supposed to be there,
Mhm.
to something.
Yep.
That even in reading Mr. Naratoff's original submissions from a long time ago, they were concerned just about a restaurant. And
So
so
you're-
the extreme,
Mhm.
and, so I asked that and it was a.
Yeah,
very-
look, clearly the operations are different now than they were then, whether that was the original intention of the applicant, we can't say, but. I think the goal is to have a airtight, comprehensive agreement moving forward. So that they can continue to operate their business, but the residents will have protections, not just through the SLA, but I mean, frankly, I've done this on and off for a long time, and I've never seen a private agreement between the parties with multiple avenues for remedies and liquidated damages. And, I won't share all the terms of the private agreement, but there will be protections there as well, along with the stipulations, because I agree, if it were just the stipulations, the track record is problematic, but I think the hope is that with the commitment of these operators over the last year, they've certainly earned, I think, the trust of at least my clients, and so the hope is that we'll have an airtight agreement, where, I would say trust but verify.
Yeah, just because they were supposed to adhere to the 2016 Acoustalog recommendations, but it sounds like they're just doing that now. So I just.
Yeah, I mean, I'll let the applicant speak. I know they've made investments in soundproofing. And I think there's been more testing recently to refine that further, but yeah, I would probably defer to the applicants and to Alexander if they want to speak to that.
Without getting into it, we've had multiple sound tests over the last, probably, you're right, probably like 9 years. The recommendations from then were actually done, but it wasn't basically things keep evolving, and the technology and innovation around soundproofing has kept evolving. So the last round of soundproofing, which we've invested a phenomenal amount of money since last May, June time, is the latest, basically, studio technology, and it is very, very expensive, takes a long time to build, but we had experts and consultants in to show how we can solve this problem. So they were not the recommendations from 2016 from Acoustalog. We did those, but we had to do more. But we're happy to come back and get into all this in detail.
So, my question is, to what Carter is saying, it was supposed to be quiet, ambient, recorded background music. So even if all the technology has changed and everything else, it's quiet background music. It's a reasonable level of soundproofing. It's not like an over-the-top, very expensive to insulate, like a recorded studio for background music. That's the one thing. And it's supposed to be operating as a restaurant, not a nightclub, which apparently it's been operating as a nightclub, but that's not what the stipulations were that were signed. That it wasn't supposed to be operating as a nightclub. And the traffic is, I can't even imagine what everybody is going through with the traffic, and the traffic wouldn't be there if it wasn't operating as a nightclub until 4 o'clock in the morning, probably. So, I mean, the neighborhood has put up with this and had to hire an attorney in order to have you operating in some way that they can live, but you haven't been operating by the stipulations from 2016. So, to Carter's point, it's why would, and you, first of all, I really appreciate if you go up and use the microphones, because we do need to have it on the microphone. But
can I just say, and I don't know if this is correct, but it's not because the guy's got an attorney that we started the work. That started last May.
okay, but either way, this is from 2016. We've had complaints going back a long time. The traffic has been blocked up since way before last May, because we have complaints going back for that.
I think
Essentially, let me just finish the one point. From the pictures and videos I've seen, you've essentially taken over Lafayette Street with the big traffic signs you have on there and all the traffic people you have on there, so that the honking may have started, but you are a private business taking over a public street so that you can operate in a way that has nothing to do with the stipulations that you signed. it's kind of, I'm kind of don't understand this.
So just in terms of the traffic, we hired a traffic consultancy. And, you know, the reality of it is, it was causing a disturbance, and part of their recommendations were to create those signs and to hire street guards and train street guards who have almost like airport training. And we went through all the recommendations of that. Again, this is before any of the neighbours hired an attorney. We went through all those recommendations and we adopted those recommendations. So I don't think we feel like we're taking over Lafayette Street. I think we are. The objective is to keep Lafayette Street flowing, and that is what we have successfully done. And there was times when it would get blocked up. There was issues with ambulances trying to get through, etc., etc. So
Even just private citizens trying to get their car from one block to the other, I mean.
No, I
People
understand,
couldn't
yeah.
get down the street to go to their destination and their homes because of what was going on with all the Ubers at your club that was supposed to really not be a club, but was supposed to be a restaurant without scheduled performances, without DJs, without live music, without promoted events or anything else. And all of that has been going on.
So I
In
think that-
contrast to the stipulations, and so I'm not hearing anything that is saying, actually in the next month or two, while you're trying to work this out, that you're actually going to show us that you can abide by the stipulations that you signed in 2016.
I think but as I said, there's two questions there, right? The first is people trying to get to their vehicles and their cars, etc. I think we have gone above and beyond to try and help that situation. Okay, so we are a popular place, we're busy. There's been a lot of investment in, like was mentioned, we have extra street guards. It's probably just street guards, it's 4 to 5 people a night, and then extra security outside. So that has been a huge investment for us, and we want to keep that going because we want to try and be good neighbours within the community under the circumstances. So that's been very important to us and a real focus. And I think from our perspective, I just think we're probably better. I'm not fully prepared because I expected Terry to come and handle this, so I'm not very prepared for the meeting in all honesty. And the neighbours felt that they wanted to come and say a few things, so I'm reluctant to get into the detail really, if that's okay. Either I'll come back in a month and be more prepared, or we'll have our lawyer chat to you on some of these things.
Okay.
Yeah, so we went through an extensive process and nothing reflects what we were told by you guys the last time. In 2016, the operation's totally different. And that's what's on file with the liquor authority, your previous operation. So everything that's happening now
It's just
is contrary to the licensed method of operation.
Like I said, so yeah, I don't know quite what to say.
We're a very busy restaurant, and so that's why we'll get Terry Flynn to come with us next time and actually go through this. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
This today was to come and introduce ourselves, bring the neighbour support. How we've come a long way in the last year, and I think it's a great first step.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, well, yeah, I do think Carter has a point. You've come a long way to what, because my question that you didn't answer is, when are you going to, your currently method of operation is what's outlined in this stipulation form. When are you going to comply with it? That's what I'm asking, because that's how you're supposed to be operating now.
Yeah.
And you may not want to answer that without your lawyer here, but that is the question I'm asking, because this is how you're supposed to be operating. And you're not, which is, if you actually were operating like this, there probably wouldn't be a need for 3/4 of the things that you are doing. But, there might be a need to change your operation going forward for it. But if you were operating like this, we wouldn't be having all of these issues. So right now, I'm asking, when do you think you're gonna start?
I think I need to just to be honest with you. I think I'm not well versed on what's in those stipulations as crazy.
I'll hand it to you.
No, but
No, take it. Please take, so I don't have to send you a link to get to it online. At least take this, because that's what it is.
All right, thank you.
Okay?
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Not that, that's it.
Thank you.
But thanks for coming and thanks for staying and all the neighbors and everything that
Thank
came,
you.
appreciate it, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so, and just tell, just, Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I did want to informally explain the communities, the immediate community's viewpoint. Yes, these people have violated their agreements completely. No question about it, and they've caused really nightmarish conditions. So I think we had a choice of, going after them in a war and shutting them down and throwing them out and producing, and then a new user with completely new situations will come in. And zoning has changed in the meanwhile. And actually a nightclub could go in there and would not be beholden in any way to the neighbors, but controlling the effects of what they could now do according to the new zoning. We felt we had a better case with these people, that they would actually invest far more in soundproofing and actually achieve positive results. We thought that for these people staying in place, even though they violated what they themselves signed in 16, completely violating what.
Doesn't
they-
resemble any.
Yeah, it's a completely different operation, and it was almost from the very beginning. So I thought that, I think we had a difference of opinion within the community. Some people said, go to war with them, shut them down, just throw them out. Especially in the past 2 years with the zoning changing, there was a better shot at achieving some degree of peace and quiet with these operators, that they have demonstrated at least an investment in soundproofing, investment in the traffic control. It's become better than it was, so.
Okay.
We want to build on that positive note.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Street.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you for your time.
You can add a question and then I think, yeah, no, come on, I've added a question.
Just sort of, I think, this is what I forgot to say before.
Yes.
So since there is proof that they've violated the terms of their liquor license for years, DJs, dancing, publicity, how can, and I think we are working well together, but and I think in this contract, there's some kind of stipulations or something, but what if in a year or two, they sell the club and new people get it and they don't have traffic guys out on the street and there's massive honking, like what happens then? Or let's just say they fall on financial hard times and they can't afford to
Start
keep
the process again with somebody.
or they can't afford the traffic guys out on the street. What kind
I
of
think that is an excellent question for the chair, for the chair of the New York State Liquor Authority and the two commissioners, because this is the type of case that is precisely what they assure us won't happen.
Yeah, and
So I think that ultimately this decision should be, no matter what the outcome is, I think the decision should be put directly before them so that they can weigh it.
Because before we sort of made contact with them, and I feel like they have put forward a very good effort to mitigate things. I was sending all this stuff to the liquor license, Christopher Marte's office, 311, nothing happened. And even the community board, nothing happened. The only thing that changed was actually contacting them and working with them. So let's say they sell the clubs.
Before, I am fairly confident that we will refer this directly to the liquor authority, no matter our recommendation, so that you have the opportunity to ask the chair of the liquor authority that question yourself.
Okay.
Because the liquor authority is the only one who can answer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Moving right along, Ford Vinnie's LLC doing business as Vincent's, 119 Mott Street.
Bye, Robin. All right, thank you so much. Good to see you all. Come back. I didn't plan on being here, so.
Sorry, but it is one of those nights. I'm trying. It's hard to.
Oh, and it's the same as you want.
Robin, you could stay till the end. I mean, it's not quite one. Just. Show support.
I eat that being my office.
Yeah, I know.
Good evening, Ben Savitsky again, from Bernstein, Rado and Savitsky. This is for Vinnie's LLC. This is a transfer application of a full on-premises liquor license at 119 Mott Street. That is the corner of Mott and Hester. It's been operated as Vincent's or Original Vincent's or Vincent's Clam Bar since 1904. It's some interesting facts about this building. This building was recently sold or is in the process of being sold. And for a little while there, the community thought that they were losing Vincent's. You guys actually heard an application for a Thai restaurant that was going into this place. Fortunately for the man to my right, that deal fell through. This is John Viola. John has made it his mission to promote and champion Italian Americans across this country. He was the president of the National Italian American Foundation. He also served as its COO. He was actually the youngest president of that organization. He is currently the co-vice president of the New York City Italian Sons and Daughters of America. When he heard about this opportunity and the possibility of Vincent's closing down, he wanted to continue the operations, which is what he is doing. Everything is remaining exactly the same at Vincent's. We included copies of the photos showing what Vincent's looks like. It's going to stay the same. The diagram, everything is remaining the same. We are licensing the 2 floors, which is the cellar and the ground floor. The cellar is back of house, no patrons down there, it's all storage. The ground floor is where our dining area and our bar is. We have 40 tables, 104 seats, 1 stand-up bar, and 9 bar stools. Inside, we do have 2 TVs. They are behind the bar. They show whatever sports are on or weather or the news or something like that. They are not the attraction here. They are just something in the background and they've been there forever.
Do they have the sound on?
Do you know?
I just want to know, because
I think it depends on what it is. Sometimes maybe a ball game or something, but it's a pretty mellow establishment.
yeah, it's just.
We want to keep it.
This, the reason I'm asking is the snips are frequently written without the sound, but if you've been using it with the sound, I'm not gonna put that in. That's why I want.
We have recorded background music only. There's obviously no DJ, there's no live music, there's nothing there. I think they did have outdoor seating at one point. We are not applying for outdoor seating at this time. We may come back in a year or so when we get our feet under us and apply for that outdoor seating, but right now it is not in the cards. The hours of operation that we're proposing during the week are 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. That is Monday through Friday. Saturday and Sunday, we would like 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. That 9 a.m. would allow us to do a brunch. We know on Sunday we're not allowed to serve alcohol until 10, put that into the stipulation if you would like. Doors and windows are operable, but we will close them at 10 or whenever any music is playing. One thing I do want to mention is that the current owner, Michael Generoso, who is, I think, 5th generation of owners of this place, has agreed to stay on as the manager of the premises on a contract for several years. He is going to continue to run the place the same as it has always been run. And it's going to give John some time to kind of understand what's going on there, hire his own people, and still operate it as Vincent's.
I think you answered the questions I had. Does anybody have any questions? Somebody have one question, at least they sat here all night.
Sorry, we are gonna have private events. We're averaging 2 a month, although he's not expecting to do 2 a month, but that's 24 a year. That would allow us to do some of the holiday parties in December, as well as John is hoping to have some events for the Italian American foundations that he's a part of there.
Okay. Okay, I don't think I have anything. Nobody has anything. No, okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, Mona.
For staying all night.
Have a good night. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, and then we'll go to Daoh Corp, 645 Broadway. Sorry, Mike.
Let me go early last month.
There you go. You gotta pay a price. Thank you.
You're going out.
That's it, too.
Which one is it?
This is, yeah, I did write down the numbers, but we're B4. What happened? Dr. Smith, you didn't remind me. You and Erica, you wants to remind me to say the numbers, so. I took blue, my time. Blue, Erica will be back on Thursday. Yeah, I know. Go ahead.
Hi, how are you? My name is Jay, I'm the representative, and Mr. O is the president of the corporation. And we are applying for the Eating Place beer at 645 Broadway. And it is a delicatessen with 6 sittings, with 2 tables, with a bar. And size of the store is about 2,900 square feet. The 1,450 square feet on the first floor, and then 1,450 square feet in the basement used as a storage. And we have a background music, and we don't have any outdoor. And the menu is like a hot and cold sandwiches and a salad bar. And technically, it's a 24 hours of operations because we have the part of store carries a grocery. And but we're gonna stop serving beers on premises and every day 1 o'clock in the morning. And but the beers to go is a 24 hours operation.
So. So the questionnaire says it's open from 6:30 to 9 PM.
Yes, I had this communication with the owner. And actually, they are taking over and then we didn't do the closing yet. So I wish you, I will send you the amendment.
So they're open 24 hours
24 hours,
and they want to serve alcohol until 1 AM.
1 AM, for the city.
And when does that start?
When is the closing?
Opening. When are you starting to serve the alcohol?
No, when is it closing?
Oh, the closing of the business?
No, when do you start serving
No, they're,
alcohol?
whenever we start serving alcohol.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, we're gonna start serving alcohol at noon.
So, so there's a few things I'm confused about. One, this says that it's a restaurant. Not a tavern, it says it's a restaurant license.
It's a delicatessen.
But the license class you're applying for says it's a restaurant.
It's a, no, eating place beer. You
Must
only
be a
can
tavern.
sell beers.
It's eating place beer. Okay. So.
They only serve beer?
So they only serve beer.
Just beer.
Just beer.
Got it. Sorry.
Okay. And so no customers are downstairs.
No.
There's 6 seats. And I just, it's.
Yeah, I mean, so this is a 24-hour deli where people illegally drink beer and hang out out front of it right now. So you guys want to legalize that, but you're gonna get rid of the hot bar, which you say is a part of your operation. Because you're gonna put tables and chairs there. And it doesn't make much sense, because I don't think we have many delis that have also drinking inside them.
Yeah,
And you also note that it's a transfer application, but it's
But it's not.
But it's not.
The same class.
it's a different class.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah, there's a reason we are applying for the eating place beer, because there are customers walk in and then when they have the meals and then they want to drink and then.
Have you been there before? I'm just asking.
I'm sorry?
Have you been there before?
No.
Okay, so I don't know what you're talking about.
No, no.
'cause There's nowhere to sit. So I don't know what you're talking about, the people coming for meals. Want to sit down and have a beer.
I spoke to them. I spoke to the previous owner. And then the
Where do you
problem is
sit?
that people wanna drink beer on premises while they have a lunch. And that is illegal to do it. And then we ended up arguing with the customers, which we don't wanna do it. And that's why we wanna legalize it by applying for the eating place beer, which we can serve on premises. And also we can sell beer to go.
But that's not, people aren't, it's people are drinking at night.
No,
Late
that's,
at night sitting out front. Cause there is nowhere to sit. No, I'm just saying, you're making up a narrative that doesn't exist. I mean, it's a deli in New York City, there's no seating. Nobody's looking to drink a beer with their lunch, cause it's not a place that seats
well,
anybody.
it does happen. And
No, but there's nobody eats in the establishment.
Floor?
No, we're gonna put the sittings and tables.
Right, but you're removing
You don't have.
what you say is saying there, which is the hot bar and the salad bar, you have to remove that. The seating,
We still, yeah, but we still have spaces for it,
where,
right in the middle.
you're where? I mean, you haven't been here, so I'm, as somebody who's gone here
No, no,
for
I
20
was
years.
there, I was.
You just told me you weren't there, so,
That was this guy, yeah.
so,
So we are not putting a lot of tables and then we are not intent to serve alcohols on premises mainly. But we try to avoid the problems. For, because of the people who like this, sit and drink.
and where do they sit and drink?
The tables, 2 tables and.
But there are no tables
There
there.
aren't any right.
Right now, we don't, because we want to put it up.
So. But I understand how the problem is. But I don't understand, is like you say you're solving a problem that exists. But what is the problem that exists? I mean, nobody is sitting and eating and drinking now because there's nowhere to sit and eat and drink. So you're creating the space for them to do that as a new thing. I get that. You say that this is because there's been a problem up till now. What is the problem?
Problem is that right now, the previous owner has a grocery beer license, which is off premises. They
Okay,
cannot drink.
That's not a problem because nobody's eating or drinking on premises right now.
Right, the people does not understand, the customer does not understand, and then they have a tendency
Use the
to,
microphone.
when they order, when they order food and they wanna eat, and then they just grab a beer and then they try to sit and drink together.
Where do they try to sit? There are no seats now.
Right now, the customers, they're ordering outside the store, sitting down on, like, we have a small platform, but it's not for seating, it's for items, but they're sitting down over there, you're having a meal and drinking beers.
Uh-huh.
So, you know,
So this is a policing problem about street drinking. Okay, so we should call the police. Not sure it's licensed.
And did you reach out to any of the buildings around you?
No, I tried to, I emailed to Club Association, but they haven't responded to me at all.
Which block association?
I think it's in, the copy of the email is in the packages.
And then you're getting rid of the stuff on the inside, right? In order to put the tables in,
Yeah,
but you're still gonna try to operate as a deli,
yes.
They say that they have a salad bar, but they're not going to.
but you're not going to have, where are you moving the salad bar to?
We're getting rid of the salad bar.
Okay, so then what are people eating?
We still have a full kitchen in the back to make sandwiches.
So your whole application is wrong. It says it's a delicatessen with seating. We offer a variety of hot and cold sandwiches, salad bar for breakfast, lunch and dinner. The operating hours are 6:30 to 9 PM, 7 days.
The only thing is that the operating hours are changed. And
Well,
then,
no, you don't have the salad bar anymore.
no,
And what is dinner? Dinner is sandwiches?
My name is I'm working with Jacob, my brother, I'm his father. We get rid of the salad bar, but we still serve the hot food at the deli, same table. So we still gonna keep them in the kitchen. Then after getting rid of the salad bar, you're gonna put like couple table for the customer. That's how you're gonna do for the renovation, when you do the renovation, the store.
Seems like you're getting rid of a deli.
Yeah, and also from your definition, you don't meet the requirements for an eating place beer license. Because you're only serving you know, from what you said, is hot and cold sandwiches, so. That doesn't meet the requirement for eating place beer.
No, the requirement for the on premises is the same thing, no matter what.
Restaurant
the
beer,
restaurant-
eating place beer allows a person to sell beer, cider, and mead for on-premise consumption. From a premises being operated as a restaurant. A restaurant is regularly
Oh, yeah.
open to the public and serves full entree style meals. Which are more than soup sandwiches and the like. That's
Yeah, the
straight from
service-
the liquor.
the service of.
It's, what is it, the luncheonette is considered as a restaurant. And then it's the same thing, we have a same, the delicatessen, also delicacies, and also we have, food prep area in the behind the delicatessen, that is about half of the size, about like a 20 feet. And then we have a full, capability of preparing a food in the back of it, and then also we have a separate kitchen in the back. And then restaurant, it's a different eating place beer, and then a lot of luncheonette has a eating place beer because people sit down and eat too. Is luncheonette is not a restaurant? I don't know what the definition of.
There, he just read it.
Yeah. So it's supposed to be a restaurant, right?
The restaurant according to the SLA's definition of the restaurant is that must have a full kitchen, which we do have.
Under the,
That's not, it also is what's on.
the service of such food and victuals only as sandwiches or salads shall not be deemed in compliance with this requirement. You know,
So
I mean,
Those are the food,
huh?
those are the foods, the sandwiches and then hot sandwiches and whole
And
sandwiches.
salads that you're not, so, but they're saying that doesn't meet the requirement.
Yes, it does. I don't know how it.
Or deemed not in compliance with this requirement. It's not a requirement. It does not qualify for being a restaurant, is what it directly says.
The what it should, the definition of the restaurant is include the luncheonettes and delicatessens. There are a lot of delicatessen and a luncheonette has a eating place beer. It's not, we are not applying for the restaurant wine license. What about the typical delicatessen in the Manhattan? Most of them has a Tavern wine license.
No, they don't.
No. Yes. Every corner, I've been applying for them, so many other, the stores as a Tavern wine. It's supposed to be the restaurant wine license, we're supposed to apply for it. But they changed the rules about 10 years ago. They asked us to apply under the Tavern wine license, even though it's a delicatessen with a city.
The tavern wine doesn't require a full.
But a tavern wine doesn't require a full kitchen. But this is. Cormac, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so look, I'm not an attorney, but here's our problem. We're reading the law and we're reading guidance from the liquor authority, and it is different from what you're telling us that it is. So your argument isn't with us. Go and have the liquor authority or a court or the legislature tell us different.
What is the definition of the restaurant?
Well, just let me say, the 30-day notice we have from you, because that's how we figure out what this application is, right? Says that it's beer and cider, full food menu, full kitchen, run by a chef or cook, restaurant, full kitchen. So that's why I thought this wasn't eating place. You know, it's a beer and cider restaurant, so. That's that. So.
How do you?
A restaurant beer allows a person, like Carter said, to sell beer, cider, and mead for on-premise consumption, premises being operated as a restaurant. The restaurant is regularly open to the public and serves full entree style meals, which are more than soup sandwiches and the like. That's what it says for a full restaurant.
Which which statement is not qualified as a restaurant?
The menu.
The menu.
The menu is a perfectly fine, it's hot.
It's full entree,
Regular,
what they're saying is that it has to be more than soup sandwiches. It has to be more than soups and sandwiches. A restaurant is regularly open to the public and serves full entree style meals, which are more than soups, sandwiches.
yeah, entree style meals is, what is this? I mean, sandwiches, those are, if you put it in the plates or something, that is entree.
Yeah, we have a steam table serve the hot food, like a tray.
Well, your application is not correct. What you submitted to us.
Okay, how does, is not correct? You correct
You
me?
submitted to us that is a delicatessen with seating, which offers a variety of hot and cold sandwiches, salad bar for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The operating hours are 6:30 AM to 9 PM, 7 days.
Okay, the
We
operating.
also carry a variety of grocery items. This is what was sent out to the community. When people see a place that's closing at 9 PM, they assume there's a total change in your method of operation, because there's no mention here of a 24-hour deli. There's nothing that's there, and so they see this and the reaction is, oh, all right, maybe that's not an issue, but now you've come here and changed all of those elements of the description. And I don't know, it just
So
seems.
first of all, the notifications, when you set up a type of businesses and they do not have those, it's a predefined. And then I don't have any selection for delicatessen. And that's why I have to put it in the closest one, which is the restaurant, which serve food.
It's just like the business, like one of them, it's just like Latin. We're gonna hear it again. They're gonna file it. Okay, so anything else we need to, I mean, I don't know, that, I mean, that you wanna serve alcohol until 1 AM, this said you were stopping at 9.
Yeah,
But this said you were, so,
We'll just deny it. That's
Okay.
fine. We'll just have it go to the members of the authority. I mean,
Yeah.
you've not represented to us the accurate information in your notices to us.
Okay.
And now you're arguing with us, so.
My
put
argument is
the-
that the only, what I explained to you, the operation hours was not accurate, and then, you know.
well, it's not, and the operating hours aren't accurate, nor is the service of alcohol hours accurate, because 9 o'clock, one would presume that the service of alcohol is also stopping at 9 o'clock. So now you're saying it's open 24 hours and the service of alcohol isn't even stopping at 9 o'clock. The service of alcohol, you want people sitting in there drinking until 1 o'clock in the morning.
Applications,
No, well, here we got the
Because-
person that's before us, I mean. We,
Yeah, I was just gonna say, so.
yeah.
So one of the things that you told us, and this is another reason, is that you told us that delicatessens are having to file for a tavern wine license, right?
the most of the delicatessen in Manhattan, SLA required to apply under the Tavern wine license.
Right, and the reason for that is because under a tavern, the menu meets the minimum legal food requirements. What you've checked on your notice to us, which is different for an eating place beer, is for a full food menu with a full kitchen run by a chef and a cook. And that's consistent with the eating place beer requirements, is that that's what it says, it doesn't have a provision of having minimum food requirements. Eating place beer that is not part of that license class.
The eating place beer is usually filed by it's like a delicatessens, luncheonettes. And the
As,
only issue between the tavern wine and restaurant wine is the problem. And then somehow the Manhattan style delicatessen is not a restaurant. And, you know, I used to apply under the restaurant wine license, and then all of a sudden, they used to accept it for many years. But about 10, 11 years ago, they start to categorize Manhattan style delicatessen as a tavern wine. And then they started to disapprove the application if I applied under the restaurant wine license. But as far as the eating place beer is designed for the delicatessens, and also, the luncheonettes. People is come in and sit down and have, fast meals. And then, I don't know what's wrong with the sandwiches, the hot and cold sandwiches.
Because they don't
consider-
meet
yeah.
the definition of a full entree style meal, which is the definition of the difference between a tavern and a restaurant.
Yeah, but we are not applying for the restaurant wine license.
No, I understand, but it's a requirement on the restaurant beer license, which is eating place beer. The eating place beer requirements are the same as a restaurant wine.
Yeah, but they.
The privilege difference, and you can go, I'm just reading off the website, the privilege difference is the sale of wine. You can go and ask them wine products, you can go and ask the liquor authority, but that's their definition.
I've been applying for the similar stores under the eating place beer, they issue the licenses.
No, I'm
Yeah, this
just
is a-
reading the definition
I
here.
can give it to you, the name of the corporation that has.
But I'm just reading the definition,
Okay,
so that's what it says.
but
Same, the definition of restaurant beer is the same as restaurant wine, with the difference is that
it's
it
not
doesn't
restaurant
include.
beer.
No,
it's
no, hold
eating
on.
place beer.
Right, but it's also, the old name is restaurant beer and the new name is eating place.
No,
beer.
I don't think so, no. I've been
Okay,
doing this for
you're-
over 30 years and then they never.
So the liquor authority information is incorrect?
No, I've been doing this for over 30 years.
No, I know, but
They
but when I
never-
look at the restaurant license, quick
Restaurant
reference
beer
form.
license, there's no category.
When I look at the liquor authority website, which I'm
Okay.
reading to you directly from the restaurant license, quick reference section. That's where I'm reading
No,
from.
it's not restaurant wine.
No, I understand, but it says, do I need a restaurant wine license? And what it says, first of all, it says, what distinguishes a restaurant license from a tavern license? It has an explanation. Then if you scroll down, goes through all the other things, and then it goes, what type of license should I apply for? And one of them is eating place beer, another is restaurant wine, and the third is restaurant liquor, which is an on-premise license. Those all require the same elements for a restaurant.
So how do you define the luncheons?
You're not applying for the lunch night, you're applying for the eating place beer, and that's what the definition is.
Yeah, eating place beer, but a lot of.
A
lunch-
restaurant is regularly open to the
You-
public.
the liquor authority is-
Okay, I'm just reading from here
Okay.
what it is, so.
I never expect that,
Well, I will say we reached out about this beforehand to understand what, because it didn't, the 30-day notice didn't make sense.
yeah, because SLA does not. Delicatessen or something, they only have tavern wine and restaurant, that's the closest I can put it, set it up. And then, delicatessen, I think the closest definition is a restaurant. But,
It's not, it can't be a restaurant. Okay, I think we're good, right? I mean, we're done. Okay,
all right, thank you.
thank you. Okay, next is Jam Associates, 206 Thompson Street, on-premise tavern. Is this right? Transfer, correct? I have the right application, C4, I believe. There you go, Lois. I know. So.
Well, we wanted to change your application from the eating place beer.
That's actually a delicatessen.
Maintain the sense of
The simple answer is it's a tavern wine. Okay, so this is an on-premise transfer application for Jam Associates LLC, DBA The Spot, located at 206 Thompson between Bleecker and West Third. The applicants are buying the assets of Clodasol Rest Corp, DBA The Mold House, previously Ponte Vecchio. There's been an on-premise license there over 20 years. I think I did that one way back. One of the applicants, Kevin O'Hanlon, who's with us tonight, has managed the space since 2015. Him and Jason, the other two owners, are also managers there. Current ownership wants to get out and is selling it to his employees. Methods of operation will stay the same. There are 6 TVs. They do have some volume to them. There are existing French doors that will close by 10, 21 tables, 48 seats, and a 13-seat bar. The current owner has a Roadway Cafe, and we would apply for one in the future and close it at 10. There would be no sidewalk cafe, probably for a few years because of the scaffolding outside. The hours of operation will be 12 p.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday to Thursday, 12 p.m. to 4 a.m. on Friday and Saturday. Background music, menu staying the same. And we did hand in a signature, 6 from our building, many from the area, and the ones we got from our area are people that basically go to our place. Be the first page of the signatures.
Mike, it has the Roadway Cafe now? It was.
No, it had one last year. Oh, they forgot about it.
Yeah, use the,
Well, I
use the other
don't-
one.
this
Yeah,
one?
use the- yeah,
It was accepted for one last year and then,
it was approved by.
it was
DOT.
approved by the DOT for last year, yeah. But again, once the sale will go through, I would have to, I think I would have to take it away, I would imagine so, but it's not a purchase that I made anyway. So it's not my possession. So I'm just currently operating it under the guide of the current ownership. As soon as the sale would be finalized and go through, that will be taken away. I no longer, I managed it from 2015 up until the sale process began, and then I stepped away. So I'm not currently there actively at the minute. My business partners who I'm bringing on board, Tim is, but again, he has to operate this place based on, the provisions provided by the current owners.
Okay. I think I've done that. So you'll come back.
I will come back, yeah.
You'll come back with a Roadway Cafe?
Yeah, so I was the person that actually submitted the Roadway Cafe, and I went to the community board here and I did everything
And
back
did you
then.
come to the SLA committee? I don't.
No, so
think
it was
Just did the
done via
applicant
Zoom.
working group.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was done via Zoom at that point. We got conditionally accepted for the Roadway Cafe. I was provided with an email. I probably still
Okay,
have that
yeah,
email.
Yeah,
But I think then at the end of that period, because the sale was kind of going through around January, that was when they decided to cut it off.
okay, got it, that makes sense. So you'll probably come back.
Yeah, I
For
will,
that.
yeah, at some point, but
Okay.
obviously it won't be, I don't think it will be in time for,
Right.
the current now.
Okay. Okay. Is anybody below us?
I live across the street. I face your place. I'm on the other end, across the street. So you're saying that the road bed dining is not being active now?
Again, I don't know. I'm no longer there. I can only speak to what I was
Okay.
present for. Whenever I was present, we were provided with an email that came out directly from the DOT in the application process that basically said that we could go ahead and operate our Roadway Cafe. And then I never personally received any kind of, I was supposed to hear from, I was supposed to pay a security deposit, I was supposed to pay a couple of other things, but I didn't actually hear from them until the very end of the year. And at that point is when I left, and so whatever's
So,
happening now.
In addition, I live in the front and I overlook your place. And I will tell you, I can hear, now, you're not responsible because you're gonna be taking it over.
Yeah,
But I'm letting you know. I live across the street and on the 4th floor and I can hear the music from that shop, from the malt shop.
Okay, again,
So loud, and then when you go in, okay, you cannot even talk. It is so loud. And in general, I knew Maximo. He was the owner. He lived in my building. He was so happy to get rid of the place. But I really caution you, like, the original, what I read is that you're a family place. My family will not go there at 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
And I have a lot of kids. So I'm just curious, what are you trying to project? Because it's a bar, it's a sports bar.
again, like I say, I understand, the concerns that you're raising. I was the manager of a location. I didn't own the bar in any way, shape or form.
I can only do what I'm told to do.
Yes.
And when I'm provided with, and I'm, otherwise, my job is on the line if I'm not following directions from the ownership above me. All I can say to you is that the problems that you're raising and the concerns that you bring to me right now, it's the exact opposite of the things that I want to portray in my business. What I want is a place for people to come, have good food, have noise appropriate, volume appropriate noise, and able to be, conducive of good conversation, whilst also having, there'll be TVs on, but for the most part, the TVs are incidental. I don't play the sound unless something like what's happening with the Knicks is happening. We'll switch it on, we'll let the people watch the TV, but it's not to drive a lot of noise to the place. I'm very much operating under the French doors being in there and closing them by 10 p.m. I think I've done personally quite a bit of goodwill with any tenants around. I was always there till about 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. And if anybody did complain, I did my absolute best to kind of reduce the problems that we were facing. And all I can say to you is that it's not my, I don't want to be dealing with 311 calls. So I'm going to be going out of my way to make sure that the problems that you.
When the Knicks are winning, because I hear the cheer. What I want to know, do you have a closed caption on the TV?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you will continue
Of
to
course,
do that?
1000%.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome.
Cormac?
Yeah, so. I mean, as Rose was saying, I'm confused by a family-friendly place, that's open till 4 in the morning.
Well, that's what I saw. That's earlier in the day, if you go to a lot of Irish bars, and then you have families come in.
Like microphone.
Early dinner.
Microphone, Michael.
Oh, sorry. I'm used to the Irish bars growing up. So people come in with their families, have lunch, dinner, 8, 9 o'clock. And then when you're staying open later, obviously the kids are no longer there with you. People would go and drink.
And the music, it's saying is background level?
Yeah, it's incidental, no DJ.
Yeah, because I'll just tell you, here's what I'm concerned about, right? So it has to do with all of these opening French doors and things.
Yeah.
Right? Which, honestly, what I'd like to see you do is just screw them all closed. Because here's the thing is like, what I'm concerned about is, as Lois was saying, people across the way, trying to sit down, have a family dinner at 6 o'clock, you got those doors open and a lot of loud music coming out of the place, a lot of loud, boisterous people having a good time, things coming out of the place. Number one, and number two, it's now 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning. The doors have been closed since 10, right? But those doors, as I said before, they don't seal noise very well if it's noisy in that bar.
Okay.
You see?
Yeah, no.
It's the noise is what we're worried about.
Okay. Can I retort? Is that okay? I'm a place directly next door to the Red Lion. Right? The Red Lion plays live music all day, every day till 4 o'clock in the morning. My noise is a lot less than that. Perhaps, I can understand what you're saying. Maybe it's not quite to the level, that is currently appropriate, and that's definitely something that I will work on. But in comparison to the places that are around me, I think I'm a lot less noisy than they are. Particularly places that play live music, quite loud live music all day, every day. And in terms of the French doors, they're just something that was there already. I haven't once really decided how I'm going to operate with them in particular. And as for the 4 a.m., again, it's just the current liquor license that's there. If there, needs to be any contingencies made in regards to that, I'm happy to kind of work with you guys there as well. It was just what they currently had. And I thought it would be a case of, okay, cool, let me just do what they're currently doing. But
Cormac, did you have something else?
Yeah, I just, it's not a competition. I don't care how loud the Red Lion is.
no, I know, but
What do you want him to do to solve this problem? That's all that I really care about at this point.
I would like to see either reduction in hours, right? Or a sealing up of the opening doors. Me personally.
it's not even about an expense. It's more, I don't use them enough personally, like whenever I was there, I don't use them enough. For it to really be a case, and I understand what your thought
Do
process
you
is.
want them to close earlier, Cormac?
But as far as I'm aware, if you've never, like, you haven't been to the location, so it's a little speculation-y. And I would much rather work with you guys in terms of the hours as opposed to the French doors.
Okay, so what would, all right. So you'll close the doors at 10.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so
Yeah.
what would you do with the other hours?
2 AM. I would do 3 AM across the board.
2 AM across the board. Okay,
Yeah, no, before, yeah.
right.
I would do 2 AM every
2
day.
AM across the board, that's,
Goes to 3 AM and leave.
no,
No, I would just do a flat 2 AM every day.
Despite what Mike was just telling.
Yeah, because originally it was 2 AM and then a 4 AM
Which is
on
great.
Friday and
Yeah,
Saturday.
because that gets rid of that super late noise.
I would feel.
Noise, so, okay, that's great. Okay, thank you. Good night.
Yeah,
Mike,
thank
yeah,
you.
what does Bob always say? You get the go first.
I was there for quite a years. So.
Okay, do we want to take a momentary,
Previous
is there any
ownership.
new business?
Yeah.
Do we want to just go to try to just get done? Is that okay with everybody? We just, okay, just give
Guys,
us
thank
1
you.
second. Thanks, guys.
Thanks very much. Hopefully see you soon.
Somebody has to be last,
That's okay.
but I'm sorry. Okay. Let me hand me that.
Okay. We'll go straight through.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, be good. Okay, so the first one that we did was Luxor. No, she just turned off the microphone. Okay, so the first one
Where you starting?
with Luxor Lounge, the hookup, that was, okay.
I'm voting.
They're supposed to send the health certificate for the hookup.
I'm voting no until you see the house.
This one's not on.
Okay, because you can't turn that one off, I guess, right?
Hear me now?
Okay, so
I'm voting
Yeah.
no until.
you're going straight into business,
Yeah.
so you're not
Yeah.
gonna turn this, so leave this, okay. Not to worry, I got it, thanks.
This was health certificate, okay,
Yes,
and then,
because I'd like to read it.
okay, there is no outdoor. It's basically a corporate change. I read
Yes.
her all the stipulations. She's bringing in a partner. It looks like they're,
We're talking about the first.
the
Luxor,
first one, Luxor Lounge.
the hooker place.
It looks like,
That was the only issue.
right.
Yes, it's so quiet there, but you know what? That air quality is very.
So we have
poor.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 until Carter arrives, so.
No, I'm voting no.
I know you are,
Oh,
but
I'm
it's-
sorry.
I just want to get the number of people I'm dealing with.
Donna, can I ask you a question about the
Yeah.
hookah? Like,
I have no idea.
I mean,
Go
it's
ahead.
not part of liquor license, right? It's, or,
No, but you just want to see that she has the proper license. Is
Yes.
that what you want to see?
It's the quietest place.
So it's sort of like a
No, it's
DOT thing.
okay.
So we're 6-1, that one needs to see the
And
license.
when you, if you could send it to me,
I
I'd
will
like to
send it
read it,
here. Okay,
and then I'll change my.
and that one is Lois. Okay, so are we 6-1 on that?
Yes.
Okay. Next one is Strand. That's the catering. Here am I only. In the 3rd floor, rare book room only. And
10 to 10.
10 to 10. And I think that's it.
Yeah.
Are we
Yes.
all okay with that?
No TV.
And I am less than 0. 3 is Crosby Street Hotel. We got commentary from Broadway residents and from Soho Alliance. Everybody is okay with it, and from Laura in addition as an individual. So they are, they're adding that side area. They're closing it at 8. There'll be no speakers or music played outside. Customers will access the terrace from the inside. There will be nothing on the sidewalk, and you're gonna say no ropes on the sidewalk anywhere. Okay, good. 9 less?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, 4 is Tom Rom. Doing business is Solia at 140. West Fourth. Was there anything about that one? End of August, 11:30 to 11, there's no outdoor, no backyard.
These all new people.
And yeah, it's all new. I know, that's kind of what it's all new. So deny unless?
Yes.
Where's the gates? Okay. All right, 320 West Broadway. 7070.
That's what looking past it for.
That's why I was texting you, because the ones that what you care about. So let's see, alteration, gate and wait step, the host stand is going to be inside the area, not on the sidewalk. It's 10 PM and 11 PM. 11 PM Friday, Saturday for the sidewalk. What they're asking for. Because that's what they have on that exterior part. I don't. So what they're changing is that that customers and staff will be able to use that gate. And, there wasn't anybody here from the.
Not
public.
customers, not customers.
Yes, customers.
No.
That's the
No.
opposite of what they said.
No,
Yeah.
that's not what they said.
That is-
Customers will
Not
be.
diners, they said staff and diners.
So you said they're not gonna send them around inside to then come out?
They said that if you came in, you could be seated in the sidewalk on the outdoor. But if
Right.
you wanted to go onto the.
Inside.
courtyard,
You had to go to the other door.
you would have to go out.
But they're letting them exit from there.
Oh,
I didn't hear that.
I didn't hear them say that.
Yeah.
I'm quite sure that they said that, and the reason I'm quite sure that they said that was because.
I don't think so, because they are having the partitions around the sidewalk seating.
No, I'm sorry, but in Ben's notice, it says, which is why otherwise I wouldn't have had any issue with it. Hang on.
I have staff and diners go through the interior. To come out.
That's how it, going through memory, how it was.
That is how it was, and that's not how it.
Application. Did that, and they said they would see, I don't know why this goes back, to memory comes
Yeah.
back, but. We spent a lot of time on this one, but I
Yeah.
remember them saying that people would come out there and then they would be seated. From entering from the interior of
Yeah.
that building.
The former stiff,
It was fairly big.
The
It was
Stips
long.
said that.
it's not number 6.
Yeah, no, I know what it said. I'm not questioning at all what it said. I'm questioning what this was, which is why I had a concern about this. Is because.
You're concerned about the exiting?
I'm not really concerned about it because nobody else seemed to be, but maybe I'm the only one who thinks that it was that, but he. Somewhere in this information,
See, what I understood them to say is that they want to put a host stand, right, is that they need to open the gate, so they're serving.
Okay, so when you're
It's
looking at this, the diagram, it says proposed change to regular use from emergency use only.
Yes,
That's what you're looking at, right?
yes, that's what I wrote.
but he wrote it. Okay, an application is applying for a New York City Department of Transportation permit for a sidewalk cafe. The proposed change in method of operation application contemplates allowing patrons to enter and exit through the exterior patio for use of the sidewalk cafe.
It's
So-
different than what he explained.
That is different
So,
from what he said
but-
here.
Well,
But-
hold on, just read that, what he.
He said it-
said.
It says that application contemplates allowing patrons to enter and exit through the exterior patio for use of the sidewalk cafe. Now, I thought, and I guess we can just go back and listen to the recording of this, which is what I'll do, but I at one point said to him, so is it only wait staff that is going to be
Yeah.
using that gate? And his answer was not yes. His
So-
answer was that the people, you're correct, that the people going in are using the main entry for the outdoor. But I think he said he wanted people to be able to exit that outdoor through that gate along with the wait
Will
staff.
you read that one more time?
Yeah,
Is
let
it
me-
is it just referring to the sidewalk cafe?
So,
No.
so the sidewalk cafe, just think about it in terms of the sidewalk cafe
Yeah.
first, not the other way around. right?
Right.
If has an enclosure all the way around it and they wanna seat it from inside of the restaurant.
No, they don't. You weren't.
No, I'm just
Okay.
saying that's one way.
They
right?
don't. Mhm.
So that's one way people would use the gate both ways. The
Right.
other is people just walk up
Right,
Right.
that's what they're going
and,
to do.
and get a seat, but if they're just walking up, then they also wanna go to the existing outdoor area by just walking
At
up
which
to
point,
that.
he said that they would, those people, he doesn't want them going in there.
That's
sitting
right,
there.
right.
So the host stand would be here
Exactly.
and direct anybody to the, who wants to sit in the sidewalk cafe. Right there, they would get into the sidewalk cafe.
Right.
Why
through
would
that door.
you,
Right.
just the
And we
question
asked them
becomes,
this question.
why would you have a host there if there's no hosting job to do?
The hosting job is for the sidewalk cafe.
But why
And
would
I-
it be inside? the
It's
door?
right in,
Because you
well, it's
never
not in
have
the
a
door,
hosting
it's at the
door.
gate.
Yeah.
It's right inside the gate, and he said he thought. Neither one of these answers was great, because he said that he thought it would be awkward if all these people were entering into the sidewalk cafe to go into that existing outdoor area. And he wants them to go to the main thing and go through the restroom and go in, and I said, well, won't it be awkward then for some of the people to be coming here? Don't you want everybody to go to the host stand and then come back out that entry to go to the sidewalk cafe? But the problem is they have nowhere for people to enter the sidewalk cafe.
Right,
from
so,
there.
so.
So they're
the-
figuring it out.
Well, the premise before
Was-
was that everybody was waiting in the north
Right.
or the west part. That's what this weird thing, and this is service station, service bar, whatever, people were supposed to wait around over there. Which is fine, but do
Right.
we have an issue if they're using that door?
Yeah, I was gonna say, does
Because
it matter?
No, I
it's
don't know
gonna
that it,
screw up their sidewalk
Right.
cafe, not.
right, I mean, I
Yeah.
had, the only reason I had an issue was because I know that the past steps were very specific about this, and I think the community at that point had an issue, but nobody was here tonight.
The reason this issue existed is because this is a mirror of the other side,
Okay,
which is Gilligan's and whatever, with all the outside stuff. So the idea here was to have it a little bit more managed and, you know, and that's why everybody had to see from inside. But I think that I haven't heard any problems here, and I just, I'm not so. You know, the issue, if you look at all the seats. I mean, you kind of ruin your own seating. By, you know, if they sent them back to the area where waiting patrons are supposed to stand for the inside, just doesn't make any sense because it's on the outside.
right, that's what he was saying, that's why
Right.
they wanted to have the stand there, because that's what he was saying, it makes no sense to have people go all the
All
way
the
this
way
way to
back
come all the way
around.
out this way.
Yeah,
And so
so,
he didn't think that would be
so
helpful.
I remember like when we first, so remember that when we first did
So is there a
the
problem?
outdoor space.
Yeah.
It had different rules than it did then. We redid it later, right? They came back and changed the outdoor seating. From what had been the initial use of rules, right? And the point, as Carter said, the point of keeping that gate closed, right? Was about stopping the activity and things on the sidewalk.
Mhm.
Now that basically the city has let them have a sidewalk cafe, I'm not sure that it's all that relevant.
Okay, so so to the bottom line
Well,
is,
that's a good point, because what Cormac brings up is that sidewalk cafes were not permitted here,
Mhm,
that's right.
mhm.
So that's.
So that's
the
additionally
change.
why you wanted to keep the sidewalk.
Well, no, it didn't matter. Because they weren't permitted.
Right.
But I
Well,
don't,
and we wanted it in that sense to be like a fully enclosed, like part of the restaurant.
Right,
Part of the hotel, that you went in from the front of the hotel, the restaurant, and not, because we were afraid it would be open gated, and then you basically have an outdoor thing that's access to the streets, like a sidewalk cafe that's not on the side, but you know,
Yeah,
that was
your
our whole
part.
concern, yeah.
So, we don't have an issue.
No.
I mean, the only issue I have, which isn't what is before us, is
So the issue is covered in the old steps. And this is what only thing matters. In the outside area, there will be absolutely no alcohol service to any standing or waiting patrons. That's the problem that was on the deal with the sign.
Where does it say
People-
that?
Right, it's in number 21. There will be a small area for a few patrons to wait outside, be seated in the outdoor area. And, so.
Right, we didn't want people standing around, we didn't want people waiting in lines.
Okay, all right. So we're denying less on that.
I mean, more to the point, I should point out, the people who lived around that courtyard they were very vocal.
Yeah.
This used to be a little private dog run, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, so that's that. J Beatery,
yeah, I mean, we're fine with where we got from that. I mean, just so
and let's
people,
just be,
yeah, just, and we can incorporate the steps, which I emailed everybody what Carol sent today. Just so people know, part of the thing that happened here is they didn't reach out to the Block Association. And the Block Association only caught it when they looked at our published calendar at the beginning of the month, right? And Carol, who does most of the work around liquor licenses, is having a bunch of medical issues and was like going for surgery and things like that. And just didn't have time to crash meet with them in 2 days, right? So I told them, make them lay it over, but then when we looked at their actual proposal, we're like, it was so innocuous.
It did
Why
not,
would you
yeah,
do
there was
that?
no problem.
so the only thing, I'm gonna put in, the rear doors has a fire thing on it.
Yeah,
They're gonna add soundproofing.
Yeah.
And that they're gonna work with the others on the block
yeah,
for the trash pickup, because we've done that with other ones on the.
that's right. The email I sent to you today that I forwarded
Okay.
to Carol had an attachment that is the steps,
Standard.
the standard steps and things that
So if there's,
they haven't signed yet, but Carol will probably meet with that and ask, but you can look at them to see.
I'll look at all right, look at your email. Okay, so we're good with that. Yes, everybody's denying less? Okay.
Just, you may all know this, but as somebody who is in charge of the Block Association email for Jane Street, they just spam all the Block Association emails. They don't email for
Oh, yeah,
specific
no, I
area.
know, because I'm on Gansport neighborhood and I'm just getting everything and I'm just like.
I usually respond with too far out away. Yeah, good luck.
Well, that was actually what Carol was saying. Carol was saying it was weird that she didn't get it, and she was like complaining, she's like, does the community board not have me on the contact list? And I'm like, I know that we do, because we've talked about this before.
Okay, World is a quiche, 334. Bowery, we came in on that one, so quarter end, so now we're up to 8.
They reduced their hours, right?
Yeah.
And then the other thing is just the sidewalk cafe is actually increasing.
Yeah.
That's what was there before, and I think the avenues are where these. sidewalk
So they're doing
cafes
12?
used to be.
12 and then 1 AM Friday, Saturday. And then 11 for the outside. Yeah, no, we're not trying to make people reduce their hours from what was there before unless there's some specific reason to.
Yeah,
Just
they were
hope
looking
make
at
it.
Yeah.
This
So
place
they pushed them back to where they were.
Okay.
we've had 5 restaurants here and not that long, which is, it's not a good thing.
No, and they're gonna close the doors at 10 PM. Okay, denying less, everybody?
Yep.
That one? All right, next one, Parvon, 181 Thompson.
I
He was
Put-
gonna send photos.
I put the picture, it's a drive. Just give me a moment to pull it up. It's, if people have their computer, they might want to look.
He sent a photo?
Yeah,
Oh, he did.
he sent it to me because he had my email from the past and, it is precisely why. You see it.
Yeah, that's a nightmare.
Yeah,
Let us
it's
see
like
it too.
not even.
Yeah.
I don't, where's the cover?
Just show us now.
Yeah.
I see, I
Yeah.
saw it.
Don't
I'll
take
try
it personal.
So this was the concern I had, because even in the back, you see the just window,
You drop a
I-
fork and it echoes through everybody's.
yeah, and there's
Yeah.
metal staircases, but I just don't like the indifference.
Yeah.
That's given to these, because we've heard these, there's another place that's now enclosed, but that's the one where,
This is the cover.
what's the one with the,
Show me the.
anyway, they had another place that was closed the shaft way, but it used to have an open staircase, and the amount of noise
Yeah.
that generated.
Because this isn't really even anything. I mean, this is, yeah,
Broadway theaters.
and you've got windows right there.
But I'd like
Yeah,
to
that's
see
not-
a better plan for this. I'm not saying it's a no, but this is kind of. You know, running the whole operation through this is exactly why I was asking. Because you can just see, like, these spaces are not made for this. It's, you said there was an awning over, I mean, this is like.
He also tried to say that it's just gonna be for a couple of hours. Yeah,
No, no,
they're very
that-
arrogant.
that's
That's
not-
probably-
no, no,
It's
that's
a
good.
dining room, so it's probably only, you're not using it twice a night.
That's what they say.
No, but that's what it is, it's a private
Yeah.
dining, yeah, I mean, if they start using it, I specifically asked, are you using it, as- but he said, it will not be occupied unless they have a private part.
So this is the reason, this is precisely the reason that we've made such a big deal about. The restaurants that are on both sides of the staircases in the tenement buildings is because you're not able to connect them. And this is why we say you can't go in residential hallways, like, you hear they're going outside, but this is like underneath.
I mean,
Oh, no,
you
with
see,
the-
what are they gonna do, you know, this time?
I looked at the satellite picture and it's like, it's the whole interior courtyard for.
Everybody.
7-story, whatever.
It's right here on the other
stories.
side of this wall, right?
Yeah, it's the whole interior courtyard, but it's not a no, it's just. We need a better plan. And until it's operating, nobody knows that. People are hard pressed to believe you're running your whole restaurant through the exterior or walkway if you didn't tell them or if it wasn't explicit.
No.
And then he also said that they just installed this, which is why he didn't have a picture before. So this didn't even exist.
Well, they weren't using it, so there was no.
No, they installed it to create the connection. The
They
connection
installed
did,
what?
the stairwell, the stairs.
Oh, the stairs.
That's what he told us.
Oh, you're
that
right.
The
Yeah,
stairs,
right.
it's a brand new door, and then he said landmark something.
That's landmark, yeah.
Yeah,
no. They
but
don't care
no,
about
but
that.
but I think it's just the enclosure, they can't enclose it. But they could do a better temporary. Anyway, I just bring that up,
So
because this is the
they-
stuff that
they're-
comes back to us afterwards.
They're in here.
They're in here, what's here?
This is the courtyard,
Basement.
but on the other side of the wall is where you're saying the courtyard is.
Yeah,
For the here, just, I mean, this building, we're just seeing one window,
Window.
but that's.
Okay. So you could, so they have to put some sort of soundproof,
they need a
like
plan.
they need a plan, yeah. But
Okay, so what does that mean?
You know,
they have to
but
present a soundproofing plan for the outdoor space.
sound mitigation.
Sound mitigation, yeah.
Are you
But I-
getting what deep up?
Metal stairs are just gonna make.
Oh, yeah.
It's like this,
But don't we have
What's-
to?
starts with an L, she came, she lives on the street, but it's near the sports bar, what's her name? You know, the
Oh, Lucille?
Lucille, so Lucille's building.
Oh, that's right.
Lucille DeVito, and her building. We had the place that we heard on the Thursday night, and there was a restaurant there. The kitchen was downstairs, and they had an exterior staircase like this. It was in an air shaft, they eventually enclosed the whole thing. But it caused so much noise and walking and doors and just people coming up and down and moving all the stuff. That it creates a lot
I'm
of
gonna probably send.
I mean.
issues.
Did I send today?
I didn't
Well,
even,
no, I had an issue with with Brunetti, but you could, any, like a floor,
No, there.
it would echo into everybody's house.
Dr. Smith, please.
sorry,
That's okay.
I didn't even know you could enclose that.
Well,
So,
you could put in temporary,
Something, you
no
can,
different than the sale thing, you know,
Yeah.
but. You know, this, that was just
This is.
Okay, so how does the
Guys,
let's just, yeah,
Yeah.
instead of harping on it, this doesn't work.
Well, they're not stopping, so we need a plan.
Right, so
to
that's what
have
I'm
them-
saying, so what
Yeah.
specifically do you want me to ask them for, because they think they're solving this, so. We don't think they're solving it. What
Suggestions
what
you have.
do we wanna do?
They have to reach out to the people who.
No, I mean, here's the thing, we've denied all these in the past. This type of
Yeah,
connection.
so you wanna
stuff.
just deny it?
No, what I'm saying is that they didn't wanna lay it over, so they put us in a position. That they showed us the.
Bare minimum.
The situation that's the most concern, right?
Right.
And now, and where does that leave people? You know? What could they work out as some sort of an enclosure, even if it's temporary? You know what, they're the ones, they have to figure it out, not us.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
we reached
Looks
out
like
to
it also
the neighbors,
goes
all those
up.
neighbors would just say
The
no.
window.
Yeah.
Is having something with, some poles.
Some
the-
sides
the
on it,
plastic
something.
Sides, a little bit of foam padding that's in the materials. And suddenly, but we would need something before.
Okay, so you want me to reach out to them and ask them to show us something?
Well, they need a plan. Some sort of
Yeah.
plan to mitigate the impact of running. Everything
Yeah, I mean, they
outside.
weren't anticipating this, that this was their plan, to use the staircase. As it is.
And they
Can you
installed.
say something like a higher, do they have to? Yeah, the sound mitigation plan, can you go so far as to say they need to work with an architect to come up with a, we can't say that.
Well, we can say whatever we want, but what we want is a plan.
Yeah, I don't care how they get it, we just
Right.
wanna,
Yeah, okay.
And I think in your emails, say this is what the concerns were, is that there's no mitigation of a metal staircase with the door, with. Some commercial door thing, coming down, carrying everything up and down.
And they obviously have to do more because, that's not gonna protect in rain and snow and other times, so.
Well, they said they didn't care about that, so we
they're
asked.
gonna ask them, because
Yeah.
their servers are gonna be getting stuck.
I know,
Okay.
yeah,
So,
snow.
we deny unless they show us a plan, okay,
Yeah.
deny without, so this is a deny, if they show us the plan, then we're okay.
Well,
Or-
let's see
Well,
what people.
let's see what the plan is.
Yeah, let's see what the plan is.
Okay, so we're all the same on that, though, right? Okay, 9. 9 is,
Francesco.
Fort Francesco. I'm just going to say that. To Carter's point, he's been. This happened with another person, and he was from Florida too. The guy with the high noon was from Florida.
Yeah.
So what I
And-
came to realize after the fact is
Yeah.
temporary licenses are much more big, and I think that the wholesalers don't have influence issues.
So what?
This is a guy selling
I'm
for
just saying that it's,
I
but
don't think they just.
Compliant.
that's, but I also, that's why I
But there is
raised.
mistrust from the neighbor.
Oh, no, no. of
Well, they
course,
didn't want
but-
it, let's just be clear, they didn't want it at all. I mean,
know.
they didn't, there wasn't just mistrust, they didn't want it at all.
Yeah, so this
And-
opened their opportunity
Right.
for them to reiterate everything.
The only reason there were complaints, which is why the liquor authority won.
What were the complaints?
It's right in whatever. the-
It's in
Well, they
the
had
piece
to
of
serve-
paper. It said-
They had.
Said they
to
got
serve
it.
outside.
They got a complaint, they got a
But
complaint. but the-
irrespective of that, they didn't challenge the disapproval of their license. They had an opportunity where they could have gone back. They said, yes, we were wrong, we made a mistake. And it's been 5 or 6 months and, it's, I just don't. It wasn't, we had testimony that it's the
No,
place,
I mean,
it's not closing.
we've
Central
had
Lake, I
coffee
don't know.
there.
So it's-
and.
I don't know people who testified on both sides, the people who
Yeah.
testified against. Mistrust him from the old place, Dr. Smoot, and don't want a restaurant on their street, period.
Right.
The people who liked it. Think that it'll be fine, even though now they're only going there for breakfast. So. They don't seem like bad people to us, and they did acknowledge their mistake, so.
And it's been quiet you said
And
it,
it's-
I walked by last week.
They aren't laid out. I mean,
No,
Donna's more recently been at the liquor authority, but in my experience, from watching the meetings, I don't think that this is a
You're online.
application that they would turn down.
I don't either.
And,
I don't think
and
it's
so
not-
as a consequence, you know, is there anything that,
We wanna put in.
that we would want to put in if they were operating? And
Yeah.
it just,
It all seemed very reasonable from the newbie on the people who were against it. It's Green Street is a large street in Soho with like.
It has nothing, but it has
No, it has no restaurants, it's very.
It has
quiet
no,
tonight, they're
they are
right.
protecting that it has no
Yeah, you're
restaurant, that's
100%
what
right,
they are.
Mark.
But it is all retail and it's like a mall in New
Only
Jersey.
during the
on the-
day. No, they,
Okay.
what they said, if you heard them, was the stores close at 7.
Yeah.
And then.
But you raised a good point.
I actually wanna point something out here about that, because I lived on a block that had that transformation.
Yeah.
And it is a profound transformation, go from being a commercial corridor of retail that closes in the
At
evening,
night,
closes
7,
at night.
Yeah.
And having
Yeah.
restaurants and bars that are
Yeah.
open late and that have garbage pickup
Yeah.
twice a day.
No, we say, thank God, it's a nightmare during the day, thank God when it closes at night. You know, you can read.
But I don't see that this place,
No.
but it is this.
But we have Manuela's on the corner, you know, of Worcester and, Prince.
And it's
That's
being-
lovely.
It doesn't
Okay,
even make enough.
and look, the community volume is for eating. Let's just start.
it's going to
So-
not be any.
So I just- So- And their actions of the opposition are not because of what they serve. That was the complaint they had, but they used that to challenge the whole premises
They
as opposed
hated him
to.
from before.
And then he had one event to 10:30, right?
Right.
I'm just.
No, they hate him because. of
No, they had
Dr.
one event to 10:30 in the
I'm
last.
a yes.
Yeah.
And so I just wanna
Yeah.
make sure, you know, so I don't see what.
Yeah.
He hasn't done anything that's in. Outside of that, which he's.
No, that's why I keep repeating the same thing. They hate him from the past.
But see.
They think he's a liar that you can't trust.
Right, and here's the thing,
Period.
I'm sympathetic to them, and I don't need to tear down the opposition, I think they're perfectly sane, rational people. Going about the kind of fighting crusade that I understand, but I'm looking at his application, what he's saying. I'm looking at the record.
And the
He made a
hours.
mistake, but he seems to drive me, I'm fine with this.
Good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think we're going.
Okay,
Okay,
9
let's
less,
move on.
Yeah.
okay. The petite Nissa.
Now,
Work out, You say 11 to 1.
Oh, it's it's all the windows, it's helpless.
Yes.
So south of.
Where did we get to
To the
though? We've
point,
got
right.
them down to 12 AM and 1 AM.
Yes.
Yes, 12 AM, I just wanna write down what it is, 1
Which is
AM
a lot then.
and
That was
9
Friday
PM.
and Saturday, right?
Yes, I
Right.
did Friday and Saturday, they
Yeah.
wanted Thursday, I made it Friday and Saturday.
So I'm just gonna say, in the past, so much time was spent on this corner. And the noise at this corner.
Right.
And the evolution of what they got to. By the adjoining business was over a significant amount of time. And just saying what's gonna be an impact, what's not, et cetera. And that was also why I asked about the noise complaints and this, there are other locations, and oh, it's just a neighbor and. You know, it's the evolution of.
Right.
And the other thing, they said, oh, you know, but this is a commercial corridor, this area. Started the other way, is that all the licensing was on the interior of blocks, probably where it made more of an impact, and now here.
Come out.
There's less licenses, but it's smoothed out the whole neighborhood, so having another full OP here actually. Increases everything, because the interior is already full, this is where. Mother's Ruin is right around the corner, all these other things, right, are all a little further up, but there's a lot of impact, so and just down the street, anyway, just bring that up, so. Is this a good outcome? I think. You know, it's what it is, but the other places came from a significant amount. Of assurances to the community, and now they're just starting. with this, so.
Yeah.
That's the difference, and I think that that's the concern that Robin has voiced about these businesses directly across the street. The noise that they create because of all the opening facades, everybody wants the open
Well,
facades.
and you add on the
There wasn't
sidewalk.
one there, and now they're creating it.
Right.
Right. And, you know, Robin,
Those are the issues.
Robin also made an interesting point about how the immediate adjacent place next door,
Yeah,
like, you know, it's to your point, Kurt, about a lot of work went into that resolution. I would be interested to see, which I haven't looked and things like this. Are there steps paralleling these, right? Or is this place getting significantly more leash?
no, this is actually what,
It's the same.
it's the same, it's the same,
That's
they may not be operating to that extent, like, you know, she said they're closing earlier, they may be closing earlier, but the steps, these hours are the same.
That's what I wanted to know. Okay, thank you.
And they did say that they would close the windows at 9 or anytime the music is on, so I'll put anytime, because we don't always put
Yeah, I mean,
every
the other thing
music
that's
is on,
the
so
big
I'll put,
French
I'm gonna
windows.
put that on, since they're putting windows all across the front.
But they want full liquor, right?
Yeah, it's full liquor,
Yeah, no, they got a bar in there.
yeah, that's the one with.
I mean, it's mostly a bar.
It's
So
mostly.
that's the other issue that, actually, that's a great point, because that's the other issue that we've raised further down the street at there's a couple other places here that we objected to having the open doors
Mhm.
adjacent to the bar.
Yes.
And that's because it's where people sit all day long, you know, sit and make the noise as opposed to the seated tables, so.
So.
That's the challenge.
They only want the full liquor license for certain heritage.
Well, and they kept saying that the place is small and the bar is small and everything's small, but the proportions are wrong for this. I mean, they got a food counter and a
Yeah,
bar
it
by
is a
side of the
choice.
window. It's more of a bar with some
Yeah.
seating.
They chose to make the big bar.
So, okay, so are we going to address, oh, they said they close the outside at 9, so I am gonna address it
Yeah.
because I
And the-
want that in there,
Well, it's also absurd to say the sidewalk is private property.
right?
Yeah.
Well, that's the big issue. that
Should I
came
put a
up.
slip in that says they apply to DOT for the sidewalk?
Mhm.
Right. So that covers that.
So what are we saying?
Are we saying deny unless then, everybody, with those stipulations?
I think that the only, the plans are not clear,
What do you mean,
right?
not clear?
But no, is there on the easternmost, which is the left part of the diagram,
Yeah.
is that gonna be an operable facade?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, they're making that, it's
Okay,
all,
'cause the right side looks like it.
the right side is the existing operable window.
Okay.
The left side is fixed, they're changing that to be operable doors, I believe.
Yes,
Yeah.
those are the French
So,
doors on the
right.
left, and they're and the windows will remain operable. They're changing what they are, but they will also be open.
Which is also interesting because they have the food counter right there where they're putting in the operable
That's
door, so
right.
I'm not sure how
Well,
that.
that's kind of what I'm saying, is that I don't think that should be operable on that side. I think that that's where.
We said that they resist today.
Because they have to redo the front anyway, but it's a valid question, I think, to ask how you're putting a food counter in with an operable door and a sidewalk cafe across from it, like, that's not happening. What
That's
about,
kind of what I'm.
huh?
What about this meeting, approving the plan, checking the plan, see?
Yeah, deny.
I mean, they said that, I just don't know how they put the food counter there.
You know, what bothers me, it's never been licensed before. And now they want a full OP and they wanna change the facade and it's
Well,
like,
do we wanna say then that they keep that door fixed?
That's kind of.
I mean, why don't we just say that? And
Yeah.
if they don't agree to that, then we just deny it, because they've got the food counter there, okay, so fixed door.
Yeah, that's good.
yes.
Okay, we made it on that,
Okay.
okay, so deny unless 8-0, but that's conditioned, otherwise we're denying it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Next one is the Mulberry Cafe.
Was there any soundproofing on the Petite Nisa?
I don't know, I
thought they were.
think they said they're doing soundproof,
They did say-
yeah, insulated.
No, they did, they
Uh,
went through that, that they're doing
Yeah.
all of this.
Yeah.
As I said,
So we're
I
walking.
appreciate that you're doing that, you're still putting. the
Uh-huh.
door in.
Okay, so
Right.
now we're on Mulberry.
Yeah.
Didn't they say they're?
No, I don't think, did anybody hear him say, I said I think you should put it over, but are they putting it over? Did anybody
I
hear him
think
say
they-
that?
Well, Mulberry?
Yeah,
I thought they heard that they were putting.
Okay.
I heard they're putting on.
So I should check that they're putting it over?
Yeah. Should we vote just in case they don't?
Yes, we definitely should, because I'm not so sure about that.
I'm not either.
I didn't have it written down that they.
I don't have.
I didn't have it written, I mean, I know he said we will talk to the community and work things out. But I didn't
Yeah,
hear the
that's
part
not the
after
same.
I said.
Of laid over, yeah.
Right. So are we denying this? I mean, personally, I'm denying it.
I would.
Because I just think there's been too many problems there.
Yeah.
Okay, and let.
Terrible noise issue for the neighbors.
Yeah, no,
Outside of
and they're coming
against.
back every 6 to 9
Yeah,
months.
but they're coming back, but
All the
why
time.
should we give them more?
Well,
with
that's
less
what I'm
than
saying.
problematic
Well,
operations?
Less than a year, but it's between the two spaces, it's like less than a year they
You're
keep.
gonna find out in the code. No, they didn't want to put it over.
I don't have
I
it written
just
down.
texted Joseph.
Okay. So we're denying it.
Yeah.
How they use that back space is beyond.
Okay, all right, next one is Ambleside, they are
They
putting it
are.
over.
They laid over, yeah.
Okay, that's another mess, okay, next month. Again, okay, and then the next one is
419 not, 4 Vinnies.
for Vinnie's.
Poor
I
Vinnie.
feel like I have to take Vince there for dinner.
I think
With
so.
all the history of the Vincents there,
Really, where's the?
So-
Honestly, I was looking for the Thai place, but okay.
I'm,
We have enough Italian restaurants.
so this is a
Past the time
transfer,
already.
um,
We need Thai food.
24 private parties a year, close at 10 or anytime to music. Um, 24 private parties. 11 to 2 and 9 to 2.
I really wanted to ask them, the new owner, if he says Columbus Day or Indigenous
No.
Peoples Day.
Joseph Columbus Day.
Okay, so that's it.
It's a
And the
walk.
manager is staying on. I gotta make sure that I'm
Yeah.
putting that in there, so. If Jen's staying on. All right, so we denying us on that?
Yes.
Okay, and then the next one is the.
Carter's Deli.
The beer one.
No. So the thing that caught me is I thought it was some other change, but the neighbors here would really wanna know about this, because this is where we have a bunch of other things going on, like Lucas Street Bar
Yeah.
and, the place on the corner, and there's just been a lot of interest, and I think that the idea that this narrative that they were trying to share with us, I think is a little preposterous. During COVID, just like some of the other delis around, this kind of spun out of control, that they had the flowers out front.
Yes.
And then everybody sits on
So
the,
maybe
sitting on the
how long was
risers.
that
sitting on the risers late
Yeah.
at night.
Are they still out there, those risers? Cause Kate got a picture. Do they still have
Yeah.
suits out
Yeah,
there?
well, and the rise, and the last that I remember they're there, I mean, and even if they were taken away, it's become, like he said, that there's a little enclosure or whatever. at the front.
Right.
But what happens, is, like, these guys are just sitting out there drinking. And, I think that in our community, we don't have many of those places that are licensed where you can be in a deli to sit, because this whole idea of lunch, of what he was trying to put forward, I'm not so sure that that's there as much, but it might be, I don't know. I just don't, I'm not comfortable if there's no parameters around this at all. Because it essentially may become
Hang out.
like a bar.
Yeah.
It's in the deli. And I think that that's something that people want a little bit more input on or understanding about. But I'm also just, very cognizant that a lot of the probably people who are there don't have an affordable place to go.
Right.
So but I don't know if this is the path
Yeah.
to,
Well, it sort of legalizes
so-
what became a pattern after COVID.
well, but they'd be sitting inside, not
Right.
Now they're
outside.
inside.
you know, in places.
I just think the application is
and-
not, I
oh,
mean,
yeah, and
they
then
go
that's-
9 o'clock and then they're serving the beer till 1 o'clock. I would have felt better having a conversation about when they're stopping the service of the alcohol, because I'm not happy with it.
Well, there's nothing-
And there's nothing, they.
But there's nothing here that was accurate.
Right.
that we got.
Exactly, they changed.
And also what I was reading, I mean, while it's semantics, these definitions are pretty. You know, and even Michael Kelly came up afterwards, you know, said, gave the solution, but. The eating place beer has the requirements, and it's just like sushi places no longer can qualify. Under a restaurant, because they don't have a full kitchen that's serving full meals, so they have to also go into the tavern. And the, you know, but I was explaining to Donna also that all on-premise licenses
Of any kind.
of any type that have the privilege of selling beer to go.
And why is that? Why is
I
that
think
different
that's
than
for
wine?
upstate, you know, other,
Why is that different than wine? I'm just
because
curious.
wine, it was probably so you wouldn't compete with wine stores, because wine stores have a different license class.
Right.
And that has to be like a liquor store, so.
Yeah, you can
So
sell
you
beer
can't buy wine at any deli or anywhere else.
In New York.
In New York.
But you can't buy, and you can't buy beer.
You can buy beer anywhere.
Yeah, beer's at the supermarket.
Yeah.
The wine is not.
Wine is not, wine has to be.
Right, that I know. That, I mean.
So that's why they can post beer.
Unfortunately, it's not.
That's why they can have beer to go, but I
Oh,
also
that's-
think
you know
this
that-
goes back in history, because, you know, not being able to buy.
I said, because.
Just outside of the city, you know, if you live in an area, it's like package stores, right?
Right.
That you have in the back, they sell you where to go, if you go to the Adirondacks, you know, you go anywhere. they have all-
From, used to could even buy wine and liquor from, on Sundays.
Yeah.
No,
Right. New York until not long ago.
Yeah.
Okay,
what side of it is it?
But I
That's
think,
not-
I think that they need to refile with us and come back with a full plan of whatever they're doing.
Yeah.
Is what
So-
they need to do,
So.
with an application that's accurate, that describes what they're gonna do.
May I ask a question? Was this man a lawyer?
He said he was his representative.
Yeah, I don't know if he's a
I don't think.
I've seen it before, but I don't know if he's.
might have to be a lawyer, but he's filed a
He
lot of,
said-
applications.
Yeah, we've seen him before.
So what should I say? We're denying it. We
Yes.
file with the proper
You
application.
could re-notify us and, you know, with all the proper. Aspects of this, but it's not.
Also a menu, don't they have to provide a
Yeah,
menu?
with the menu,
Yeah.
but it's, and also just an accurate.
And can you
Application.
transfer, you can transfer to a different license class.
Yeah, but why, but
But
what's
you can't
the-
operate under the town.
Yeah, I just don't know why. It's a transfer because it's an asset purchase,
Right.
but it's
But that's the only thing that makes it a transfer. There's nothing.
a different type of license. It's not a class. I don't know if it's a class change because it's a different type of license. A class change is within, I would think, within, you know, being able to serve. That's a class change. You change from
No, I think you
off
can,
premises to on premises. I don't know if that's a class change.
okay, well, that's a point. I
That's a
think you can
license
change from
change.
tavern to restaurant, but the
That's a
temp,
class change.
Right, but this is not.
This is a different
Different.
type
Yeah.
of license.
I'll email a new person and ask.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
so we're denied, but I'm going to send something that just
Still
says,
about the eating place beer too, while you're at it.
okay,
Cause like the eating place beer is pretty straightforward in the definition.
so I'll do the eating place beer and transfer to a different type of license. Okay.
Okay, and last?
Are we there? Are we there?
Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Smith, okay. Got another piece of paper jam, are we okay?
Yeah, they did a transfer to the employees, that's always nice.
Yeah, I like the concession at the end.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the concession at the end is 2 AM,
Wonderful.
that was good.
And that's a really big compromise because the other places are, a few of them on Bleecker or Boqueria, no one's there anymore.
True.
No one is there. And the Red Lion has very good music.
Closed doors at 10, and what else?
And 2 AM straight for.
2 AM, and music is background,
Yeah.
and, And that's it, right? And then the roadway he'll come back for. Yeah, okay, anything else, anybody?
You did a good job.
Okay, thanks. And welcome Kate, thank you.
Welcome.
Kate didn't have any
Cake
last
for
time
Kate.
either, and, so everybody just,
What?
just remember that in August.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah,
meeting
it's
on
the
Wednesday.
And my brother's birthday, August fifth.
Meeting
Huh?
on a Wednesday.
July meeting on
August 5th,
Tuesday and Wednesday.
Right, but that, this committee doesn't care.
Oh, that's the other committee?
Okay.
You got it, okay. Still working on the venue.
I was gonna ask, but I thought I'd give you a little
All right.
more.
Well,
All
I
right.
consider
done,
that,
right?
yeah.
Done.
Done?
Yeah.
Off.
What?
Hang on.
Committee?
Visited the church again.
Huh?
Yeah, any dead bodies?
No, we don't, we don't hear you.
I'll edit that out of the video.
That's like-